products and how we can help the prediction of the meteorological disasters, specifically to the disaster management agencies. So our mandate is this is the institute under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Mainly we are developing the advanced numerical weather prediction systems. So with the increased reliability and accuracy over India and the neighboring regions. So we have in general a numerical weather prediction system means we gather all the global observations, and that observations will be processed, quality controlled, and that quality controlled observations will be analysis will be made. The analysis is the state of the system. So that in case of this system, it is atmosphere. The state of the atmosphere will be obtained from the observations and the other informations what are all available to us. So from that one we make a gridded analysis, gridded initial condition for the model, and from that initial condition we make the forecast. That is the way the numerical weather prediction system works. So nowadays the weather forecasting, the NWP is the main input, goes into the weather forecast, final forecast. So the NWP accuracy is improving day by day, and you may be knowing that the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting or similar centers. So how we are comparing with those, how our forecasts are compared to those, I will be going to show that also. So we are a full-fledged numerical weather forecast center. We gather all the global observations. We have a different challenge to get all the observations, global observations, whether it is a satellite or other in situ observations, all observations. So these are the different models we have. We have a very high resolution model from a 330 meter model for that is used for the Delhi forecasting. So this model output is going to India Meteorological Department, and we have a 4 kilometer regional model, 12 kilometer global model, and an ensemble prediction system of the highest resolution ensemble prediction system in the world we are having, 12 kilometer resolution. And so a host of models are there. Then there is a sub-seasonal to seasonal forecasting, that monthly forecast and seasonal forecasting systems. That is from a coupled system. It is there the atmosphere, ocean, sea ice, land, all those components are there. So these are the different models we operate. So this is the high performance computing system we run. Its name is, we call it as Mihir. In the Mihir system it is, and the system is it will be upgraded shortly. So we get the data from the different agencies, from the NOAA, from EU Metcast, and most of the satellite data is coming from the NOAA and the EU Metcast. Then the Indian satellite data is from there. There are different channels from ISRO. Then the India Meteorological Department. So many, mainly GTS data is coming through the India Meteorological Global Telecommunication System. Whatever the data WMO is transmitting through Global Telecommunication System, which is coming through the India Meteorological Department. All these observations we get. So we have the sufficient bandwidth for getting all the observations. As soon as it is available to us, it's almost on real time the data is coming to us, and this data is being used to prepare the initial condition for the model, as I mentioned earlier. So these are within a 3 hours cut-off time, how much data we get in a day. This is the surface data, whatever the data we are getting. So within any day, suppose today, within 5:30 observations, before 8:30, how much observation we get. This is a pictorial representation of that much. So roughly this much observation. This is for another date. So these many observations, global observations, we get it in the surface observations. Similar to so many observations, we get it. This is satellite, so many observations. This is one particular type of satellite data. Like that, all the observations we get it. We make the observations, and these are the different sets of observations, and we see how the observations are impacting how each type of observation have impact on our forecasting. That also we calculate routinely, so we know that which observation is making maximum impact on the accuracy of the model forecast. So those things are also we are studying. So all these, like in any other numerical forecast center, we are also doing all these components and all the diagnostic studies we are carrying out. So our main strength is the producing the high resolution deterministic NWP forecast. As I mentioned earlier, we make the twice daily 10-day forecast of the 12 kilometer resolution global model, and there is a 3 days forecast from a 4 kilometer resolution regional model covering the whole Indian region and the neighboring countries, especially the BIMSTEC countries. And then this 10-day forecast and this 10-day forecast from the global model and the 3-day forecast from the regional model is available from the 00 UTC and 12 UTC initial conditions. And then there is another high resolution model forecast, that 330 meter in the winter. It is a 42 days forecast, it is available. All these routine forecasts are available, and we are providing our output to different agencies like India Meteorological Department and the Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, so many other agencies we are giving, so many state disaster management agencies are also we are providing our forecast, and so operational forecast is regularly going to different agencies. And another thing is the highest resolution global ensemble forecast system. This is the highest resolution in the world. Its resolution is better than the ECNWF resolution. ECNWF runs in 18 kilometer resolution. We run in 12 kilometer resolution. This is 22-member ensemble forecast system, and these products are available even in the ECNWF website. So it's a Tiki portal. It is available to the global users, and it is available to all the agencies which I mentioned earlier. So on request, we are providing to all the agencies. Whoever wants this forecast, this forecast is provided freely to those users. And another model is the coupled system, which is making forecast for the monthly and seasonal forecast system. So every week we produce the monthly forecast, and every month we produce one seasonal forecast. So these are also available to the users. And another one is the reanalysis capabilities. We have a two reanalysis. There is a 42 years reanalysis till 2020, from 79 to 2020, and this is also highest resolution reanalysis over this Indian region. So it's a 12 kilometer resolution. So for climate type of studies, this can be used, and then there's a global reanalysis of 25 kilometer resolution and the horizontal resolution, and that reanalysis is available for the last 20 years. So these are different products which we are offering, and our capabilities are, you can see from these slides. So this is the last more than 2 decades how our forecasts are improving. So this is I am showing the day 3 forecast of wind forecast, the RMSE against the radio sound observations over the Indian region. We can see that there is a substantial improvement in the forecast accuracy over the years. This is more than 2 decades. So how our forecasts are compared to other forecasts? This is not our charts. We are giving our forecast product to the global agencies, and they are comparing it, and it is available in the public domain. You can see that these things are available. So this is a geopotential at 850 hectopascal. You can see that the ECNWF, UK Met Office, the US Center is the National Center for Environmental Protection of USA. So all these agencies, how our forecasts are comparing with those agencies. You can see that black curve, how that black is our forecast, is our global model forecast, that 12 kilometer which I mentioned. So you can see that how it is compared is very good in the is compared well with the all other things. In day 5 and all is our forecast is the best one. So this is similar to the same thing. This is again a comparison of the ends of USA and the ECNWF of the European Center and the UK Met Office. UK Met Office and ECNWF and the NEPS is our forecast. So you can see that this is absolute error is almost like an absolute error. The score is, so you can see that the red curve. So whatever is the smallest value is the best. So you can see that our ensemble prediction system, the highest resolution ensemble prediction, is giving one of the best forecasts in the world. So it's similar to this is a rainfall forecast. I am not going to the details. So I will go to some of the case studies, some of the what you can say cases which in the recent times. So this is a 2021 heavy rainfall event which occurred this part of the country. So you can see that the first top panel is the forecast, the observed rainfall, and then you can see the day 1 forecast top. Second panel, second plot, and the third one is the day 2, then day 3, day 4, day 5. You can see up to day 3 and day 4, we were able to forecast that heavy rainfall event happened over this region. The previous one was from the global model, and this is from the 4 kilometer regional model, similar product. You can see, of course, there is some over prediction by the model in the regional model, but otherwise that event was very well captured by these models. So this is a very, in 2022, one case, Dehradun. You can see that heavy rainfall occurred in Dehradun, the 19 and 20th August 2020. So you can see that also captured very well, maybe in 5 and 6 days in advance. You can see that upper panel and lower panel on the right side. This is a meteogram. You can see that and the bottom one is the observed rainfall from the India Meteorological Department. You can see that this event is captured very well. Similarly, most of the events are in the winter events are capturing very well. Winter and even other seasons also. This is some other part of this is northeast, how our forecast is validated against observations. And this is also in the Maharashtra region, how our forecast is validated. These are some case studies just to show what are our capabilities. And this is you know that the Honorable Chief Minister also mentioning that the Kedarnath flood in 2013. So how our forecast was, how we could give the forecast, how our model performed during that time. Of course, our model is improved much. Now the model is much better than model forecast is much better than that time. But still in that time also we could able to capture some of the features of that event. So this you can see in this publication. The publication is there, so interested people can see that. So similarly, we have verified over the years how the heavy rainfall events are forecasted in the different part of the country. This is mainly the west coast, the Western Ghats regions and the northeastern region. This paper is mainly focusing on that region. So, what are our other products? We are giving our products to this CWC for their hydrological forecasting, the India Meteorological Department as well as the CWC. This is our product is going to India Meteorological Department for giving the hydrological forecast of the hydrology division. So there are forecast different the regions. India Meteorological Department gives the hydrological forecast. So these are some of the products is going to the India Meteorological Department for producing the hydrological forecast. These products are going to the Central Water Commission for making their product. All these things are routinely being carried out. It's not like that one study or anything. It's a operational system. I'm talking about the operational system, how these products are going to the operational systems. And what are the other things? This is the lightning forecast. One of the major disasters now is the lightning. So we are also verifying the lightning forecast from our model and comparing with the Indian Air Force observations and especially the flash count. We are comparing with the flash count from the Indian Air Force, and there is a network by the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. They are also having a network. So both these networks data is we are getting and we are comparing it with, and we see that the forecasts are reasonably good, and there are some different publications are there, and the routine products are available in this website. This website in the Indian Meteorological this Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, the strong website is there. You can see these products are in that website. So this is how our forecasts are verifying against the other observations of the flash count, the lightning flash count. Another thing is study is going on how we can help the landslide forecasting. So it is a difficult task, but we are with the UK Met Office. We are doing some studies to understand how we can forecast the landslides. Of course, it's not purely depend on the rainfall or the intensity of the rainfall. There are multiple other factors are involved. But some studies are going on, and we are also. This is one study using the UK Met Office forecast. So similarly, I'm not going to the details. Similarly, we are also trying to make similar things. These are basically depends on the empirical relationships with the weather patterns and the intensity of the rainfall. So these are the two things which is related to these. We are relating these two with the events. So another thing is that I already mentioned that the long run, the weekly and the monthly forecast, these products are also available operationally. So people are all the different agencies we are providing this forecast, and the interested people can approach us, and we are happy to provide this forecast. So these are the different agencies we are linked with. So these products are available to those agencies, and we can any of the agencies can approach us, and we are happy to provide this forecast. So these forecasts, as I mentioned, that our forecasts are available internationally also. In the ECNWF portal, our forecasts are available routinely, so people can download from those. Apart from our website, these products are available digital products are available in this ECNWF website. So we have a reanalysis and a very high resolution reanalysis over that domain. I already mentioned that this is a domain where we have a reanalysis data, and this is highest resolution reanalysis over this region. So this data is also freely available from our website. You can download from our website. So thank you very much. If you have any question, I am happy to answer. So otherwise, I think we can move to the please.
So, I would like to know how good our forecast is for the neighboring countries such as Bangladesh, Nepal.
Actually.
We sharing the forecast because all these rainfall are falls across country. They are not restricted to a few of the mountains. Are we sharing our forecast information to the neighboring countries?
Actually, NCMRWF is doubling as a BIMSTAT center also. Okay, so all these BIMSTEC countries, we are giving the forecast, and in NCMRW there is a BIMSTEC center is also operating. It is doubling as a BIMSTEC center. So we are routinely and every week we are having even we have a meeting in every week with all the BIMSTEC country representatives are there in the every week meetings. So we are providing all our products to BIMSTEC countries, and according to the request also we are giving any special request comes, that also we are providing. So all the BIMSTEC countries, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Bhutan, Maldives, all these countries, the Thailand, including Thailand, all these countries we are supporting.
Thank you, sir.
Sir?
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्ते।
आपने जैसे बताया कि जो है आपकी जो फोरकास्ट है सभी के लिए अवेलेबल है, बट जो फोरकास्ट अवेलेबल होने से तो हर आदमी उसको एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर पाएगा या क्या उसका मतलब है। तो बेसिकली तो आईएमडी जो है देता है कि जो उसका इम्पैक्ट है या किस तरह की एक्टिविटी हो सकती है। दैट एक्सप्लेनेशन फ्रॉम द फोरकास्ट और द प्रोडक्ट्स यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग आई थिंक इज नॉट अवेलेबल टू द यूजर्स। Hello, is it okay?
Without making
I was just asking that you told the products are available to different users. But the users are the forecasters? They can use it immediately?
First of all, you have to understand this is a numerical weather prediction model output. Okay. This is not the final forecast. And we are not the agency for giving the forecast. We are producing the numerical weather prediction output. So it's a model output. So that is why NCMRW, where from I am coming from, that is we are providing our model forecast to Indian Meteorology Department, and they are giving the final forecast for the country. So Indian Meteorology Department is the forecasting agency. This is the numerical weather prediction model output we are producing, and we are making the improvements in the numerical weather prediction model and improving the model. And now the forecasts are very well comparable to the whatever you can see that the accuracy of that output is improving. So these products are available to any of the government agencies. On request we are giving to all the government agencies. Different disaster management, state disaster management authorities regularly taking the products from us. So
I am from IMD itself. That is why I asked this thing.
Yeah.
As you told, the products are available to all. But they cannot utilize, I think, the raw products as such. So it is IMD in between which will provide the forecast. Thank you.
this is not the file. This is the model output. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you correlating rainfall with landslide activities, or how you are getting the threshold value?
Actually, landslide I already mentioned, that is a research product.
Okay.
So that research, then we have now recently we are signing a MOU.
No, that is different. I just want to know for landslide forecasting, are you also observing the landslide activities and the rainfall amount or something else?
Yeah, that let me. GSI, with the GSI, Geological Survey of India, we have some program. Okay, so they are providing us some landslide information. So already some prototype models are, you can develop some prototype models. On that line, we are also doing that research. Okay, so it is an empirical relationship. I told already, because landslides are not only due to the meteorological.
So why I ask you, because for threshold value you need to know the frequency of landslide activity. So that data also is very difficult to get. That's why I ask you. Thank you. I got it. I got it. Thank you.
Sir, any other questions?
सर जो स्टूडेंट में जो अप्लीकेबल्स होते हैं इट इज अवर मेन की सोर्स एनर्जी सोर्स सन उसके जो चेंजेस होते हैं सन के
Can you, because so much echo is coming in. Without mic
the upheavals in the sun, the storms which are coming in the sun, how can we incorporate those changes in our model? Sunstorms in the sun. can we incorporate those changes also in our model? Because they affect us very important.
These are not very important for the weather. Okay, so these things will be this space weather is a different thing, and space weather and the applications are different. I am talking about the meteorological conditions. These things are not much impact on the meteorological conditions. So it's a very limited impact on the meteorological conditions. Okay, day-to-day changes. You are talking about the solar storms and all.
Exactly.
Sir,
Yeah, please.
So we are working on landslides. Yeah. So we are academic institutions working on landslides. So will this NCMRF product will be available to us?
Well, actually, this is a research. I told you just this is a research product. Okay, this product is also not available. We are doing something. We are trying to, trying to forecast. I cannot say the forecast also. We are putting some effort on that particular aspect. Okay, so I can give you the contact names. I am not the person. I can give you the contact persons. So you can send an email to them. We are happy to help you. And whatever we are doing, we are share with you. We will share with you.
Thank you.
As we have shortage of time, so if there is some other queries, you can ask it.
And last question. Sir, at which software platform this forecasting is done and what is the accuracy level?
Yeah, I already showed that thing. Our accuracy. See, ECNWF is supposed to be the world leaders. You can see it is one particular level of one particular variable. Okay, but if you take any other variable also, it will be almost similar to this one. In some cases, we are the best option. I am not telling that always. It is 19-20 का फर्क होगा.
Sir, which software platform is there?
Which one?
Which software platform this forecasting is done? Is there any standard software where forecasting is done? It is the Indian make software.
No, it's not actually NCMRW from where I am coming. Actually, we are part of the consortium. So there's a consortium is there where UK Metropolis, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, India are the core partners of that consortium. All these countries are using the same software. Okay, but the data usage will be different because some of the Indian additional data will be going, some Indian satellite data we will be using at the first, then other centers may be using after seeing our experience, some other centers will be using, because for example, Megatropic Sapphire, we were started using first. Like the SCATSAT of Indian satellite, we were using first. So then other people were started using. Okay, so some difference will be, data usage will be there. Otherwise the software, whatever using by all these countries are same.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. That was a really amazing presentation. And thank you for sharing your knowledge with us about the role of NWP and its capability. Now, I am glad to invite Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Superintendent Engineer from CWC, co-chairperson of the session. Sir, please.
Sir, may I interrupt you? You will only have 20 minutes, 15 minutes for presentation. And
आपने पहले वाले को ये नहीं बोला.
Sir, because the chairperson is itself giving presentation.
Okay.
And we are learning from our own experience, that's why.
No, don't worry. I will not take too much time.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present CWC view. This is actually important activities of Central Water Commission related to hydrometeorological observation in Uttarakhand state. We are doing the hydrometeorological observation, including water level, discharge, sediment, water quality, and some of the rainfall. And with the use of that, we are using the flood forecasting at 4 stations in Uttarakhand, presently assigned by the state government. And we are doing also 2 inflow forecast of Ramganga Reservoir and Banwasa Barrage. Water quality observation at 10 river locations and 18 sampling sites in all over Uttarakhand. In addition to that, we are also monitoring the inflow, environmental flow on the upper Ganga basin. This is actually network of the HO sites of CWC in Uttarakhand. We are monitoring, presently have 81 HO sites in the states, and some of them is telemetry 32, and I have installed 7 velocity sensors also all over Uttarakhand, and 49 is manual. Telemetry, that is not means that only the telemetry is working. We are also taking manually at these locations for the especially during the flood forecast time. During the monsoon, we are taking hourly gauge at all the stations, whether it is telemetry or manual. And during non-monsoon, we are taking 3 times a day. And discharge is actually 1 time in a day. This is the rainfall stations, distribution of rainfall station in Uttarakhand. And this gives you the distribution of the stations in the basin also, Ganga, Sarda, Ramganga and Jamuna. And this is the district wise HO stations and rain gauge installed in CWC in Uttarakhand. And flood forecasting, Basin, I have told you 4 stations in Uttarakhand. We are doing the flood forecasting, hourly water level, and water level and flood forecast are issued to user agency, different user agency, district administration, police, NDRF, and so many agencies. And flood forecasting formulation are carried out using gauge to gauge correlation, as well as mic one-on model also. This is actually the network of the data collections, transmission, data processing and dissemination, then response. Then again we are coming back to the review and improvement of our model system. This is actually flood forecasting and warning how we are just, this is the theory. And this is the existing, how we take the actually time of travel of water from one station to other station. On that basis, we are doing the flood forecasting by just developing a correlations between the 2 stations and using the space-to-space graph. And this is actually our flood category actually is categorized in 3 parts: the highest flood, extreme, severe, and above normal. And all the 3 categories is orange, actually yellow and orange, and this red is divided into 3 parts. And we have the actually RTDAS system, real-time data acquisition system, and data collections, manual and sensor. I have told you already, data disseminations. And this is the some of the actually a snow gauge I have installed in Uttarakhand. And this is the actually methodology of forecasting, how we do the data processing and what I have explained you. This is called flood forecasting station. This is actually an online system, and anyone can see the flood forecasting during the monsoon season. What is the it is divided into the gauge site, sites, district and state also. You can see there also. And presently we have the hydrological stations of 1741 all over India, and in that actually 199 is the level forecast and 134 is the inflow forecast. In Uttarakhand, we have the hydrological stations, 81 hydrological stations, level forecast is 4 and inflow 2. This is actually, and if you go through this website, if you click the any stations, it automatically comes where is the red, yellow and green according to the situation of flood forecast in that area. This is actually data entry websites of CWC. Data is being entered online every hourly data in the monsoon season, and it is directly punched into the website. This is the flood forecasting setup of CWC, how we actually set up the things and where it is working, where we are giving, and we are monitoring 24/7 control rooms at Hardwar also in Uttarakhand and at Delhi as a center. This is actually modernization and dissemination of data through the various channels, what we are using the social media and the website also and Twitter also. This is actually data entry software where actually we are going to enter the data in the bins, and according to the situation when it comes, then it shows automatically the yellow and red and pink. This is actually one of the data flood forecast generated using that website. This is from the BAT website, the report from that. And we are doing the actually 5 days advisory forecast also by just Joseph is telling that we are taking the output of NCMWRF, and then we are just doing the 5 day advisory forecast. Although this is actually under the actually trial, but still we are giving some predictions before 5 days what is going to happen in that area. And this is actually 5 days forecast website. And this is advisory forecast for Srinagar on river Alaknanda. One of the example I have given. This is flood alert dashboard prepared by the Google with the help of CWC. And in addition to that, we are also taking up some work in Ganga Basin, like the NHP. My ministry has already sanctioned some amount to NHP in Uttarakhand for installation of 124 numbers of hydromet equipment and related works. Then we are also developing some decision support system for the integrated reservoir operation of Tehri and Ramganga, and also the development of early flood forecasting of whole Ganga Basin is going on by the CWC, and that is the state is also will come in that after development. And this is really key takeaways, what we have to do, the flood management, combination of structural and non-structural measures. We are combining both the flood management, some of the structural and some of the non-structural measures, and assistant to account for all control measures. Actually, there is so many series of dams and hydropower developed in Uttarakhand. We are not getting any actually flow. That is, then we have to account for the control structures during the flood forecasting, and we are not knowing the actually real time release of from the hydropower projects. Availability of real time release data by project authority is not given to me. And better coordination for data flow with the different agencies, that is actually talked with so many times with the different agencies and USDMA and whatever the IMD and other things, especially for managing transboundary floods and integrated reservoir operation, need for more impact based bonding at micro levels, and need to integrate all data collected in basin by different agencies. Thank you.
Sir, I have one question.
बताइए।
बादल फटने की घटनाओं को भी हम फोरकास्ट कर सकते हैं?
ये हमारे डोमेन में नहीं है, ये IMD वाले बताएंगे और NCMWRF। बादल फटने की घटना CWC में लिखिए। CWC जो भी फ्लड फोरकास्टिंग करता है, कहीं न कहीं आउटपुट लेता है, चाहे अमली से ले, चाहे इनसे ले, चाहे अपना खुद का रेनफॉल लगाए, ठीक है। तो वो जो आउटपुट देंगे ये लोग देंगे। अगर कहीं बादल फट रहा है तो पहले प्रेडिक्ट करेंगे, देन इट विल कम टू मी, देन वी विल मॉडल इट कि कहाँ बादल फटेगा और क्या होगा।
तो सबसे ज्यादा डैमेज किससे होता है?
यस, खासकर हिली स्टेट्स।
It is requested to the all audience. We can have last 10 minutes for the question hour session. So you can take the questions will be take after the session will be completed. Otherwise, it will be a long and deep process. So I think you must respect this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge with us on hydrometeorological observation and the forecasting by the CWC. Now, I would like to request our respected chairperson and co-chairperson to please proceed the technical session, and it is also requested to all our speakers, be precise and complete your presentation within the designated time, 20 minutes.
नमस्कार और
I think first I will introduce you. Dr. Salikar is a scientist, he and the head of Climate Research Division of the IMD, Pune. He specialized in observational network and climate applications. And this presentation is, he describes the weather forecasting services of the India Meteorological Department, especially the state of Uttarakhand. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. George, and indeed it's a great pleasure to be here in the place called as देवभूमि. मेरा ये दूसरा अवसर है कि मैं इस उत्तराखंड में आ रहा हूँ. पहली बार जब आया था तो बाल काले थे और उस टाइम पे मैं अंटार्कटिका ट्रेनिंग के लिए आया था, तो जोशी मठ और माना और वो सब जगह, औली और चमोली, वो सब जगह को देखने का एक मौका मिला था. आज दूसरी बार आया हूँ. सवेरे उठ के देखा तो मौसम इतना सुहाना हो रहा था कि मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं यहाँ नहीं आना चाहिए, कहीं बाहर घूमने जाना चाहिए. लेकिन दायित्व ये बनता है कि आई शुड बी हियर, सो आई हैव कम टू शेयर फ्यू थिंग्स, नॉट एज एन एक्सपर्ट, बट मे बी माई एक्सपीरियंस विद द वेदर ऑब्जर्वेशंस, operations, and what are the challenges in IMD and of course in the place of Uttarakhand also. So yes, if you read this statement, it tells that that there are 1/3 of the if you see the global population, global scenario, there are 1/3 of the world probably is not having the early warning system. Now, this statement is made by the UN Secretary General of WMO recently, and he said that this early warning system not having globally almost in 1/3 of the countries is not acceptable, and we need to plan that how this early warning system could be in place in the coming time. So what are the different parameters when you talk of early warning system? जब हम early warning system की बात करते हैं तो उसमें 4 मेजर कंपोनेंट आते हैं. एक तो ये है कि जिस जगह पे आप रहते हो उस जगह के डिजास्टर रिस्क का नॉलेज होना जरूरी है. जैसे आप उत्तराखंड में हो तो आपको पता रहना चाहिए कि किस तरह की आपदाएं यहाँ पर आती है, आई है और आने वाले समय में आ सकती है. जैसे अभी किसी भाई साहब ने कहा था कि यहाँ पे लैंडस्लाइड्स बहुत हो रहे हैं, क्लाउड बस्ट बहुत हो रहे हैं और बहुत सारे मानसून में जो है आपदाएं यहाँ पे जो दिखती है. तो इसका जो ज्ञान है, इसका जो नॉलेज है, इसका जो क्लाइमेट हिस्ट्री है, ये जो है जानना बहुत जरूरी है. इसका रिस्क कितना है, व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स दैट आर गोइंग टू गेट अफेक्टेड विद दिस टाइप ऑफ डिजास्टर्स, इसका एक बेस लाइन नॉलेज होना जरूरी है. दैट मेक्स the life comfortable for the policy maker and the disaster manager. And the second is very important, that detection, observation, monitoring. So किसी भी आपदा को अगर आपको आंकना है या एनी सिस्टम यू वांट टू नो, probably you need to have the observation. And when I say observation, it is just not the real time observations, but probably the observations as far as back as maybe 100 years or 200 years or something like that. I come from India Meteorological Department where most of the observatories in the country, जो हमारे निरीक्षण केंद्र है, वो WMO ने 100 साल मतलब जो सेंटिनियल बोल के डिक्लेयर कर दिया, मतलब 100 साल पुराने हैं मतलब आउटडेटेड नहीं है, पुराने मतलब ये है कि वो डेटा जो है 100 साल से ज़्यादा उनके पास है। कुछ ऑब्जर्वेटरीज तो 250 साल पुराने भी है हमारे पास। तो वो जो डेटा है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, डेटा कंसिस्टेंसी और डेटा एक्यूरेसी, उसके आर्काइवल और फिर उसके साथ जो उसका एनालिसिस वगैरह जो है, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू डू इट। एंड देन प्रिपेयर्डनेस एंड रिस्पॉन्स कैपेबिलिटीज, आई थिंक दैट USDM is already doing that. So we have the organizations like the Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority, and there are many authorities in the country at the central level and at the state level, like you have NDRF, you have SDRF, you have NDMA, you have SDMA, we have the defense people, we have so many other people who jump into the situation, the trained people rather I should say. The training something is very important. When the disaster comes, if the untrained people go to the help, probably the effect would be much less than the trained people are going. So this type of response and the training is very important. And second is the last one but not the least, the warning, dissemination and communication. I feel this is probably the most difficult challenge I have seen in IMD, because I say that आप खाना बनाओ और खाने के लिए अगर कोई आए नहीं तो मेरा ख्याल से खाना जो है उसका कोई मतलब नहीं। उसी तरह जब हम वार्निंग देते हैं, जब हम इशारे देते हैं, चेतावनी देती है कि आने वाले समय में ये होने का आभास है या ये होने के लक्षण है, और ऑफ कोर्स ये उस तरह से आधारित है, उस गणित पर आधारित है जिसके ऊपर डॉक्टर जॉर्ज ने अभी बात की है। मतलब दिस आर ऑल मॉडल बेस्ड, साइंस बेस्ड एनालिसिस, एंड देन व्हेन आई नो दैट दिस इज गोइंग टू हैपन, if I can alert Uttarakhand state government that in next 5 days or next 10 days this is going to happen, this information should go to each and every person, the last mile, and not only the last mile, but it should go in the language which he will understand. उसे उस भाषा में हमने बात करनी है, वो जो भाषा को समझता है, ना कि वैज्ञानिक भाषा हो, बहुत ही सरल और सिंपल भाषा हो जिसमें उन्हें समझे कि क्या होने की संभावना है। स्टेक होल्डर जो है, जैसे डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट अथॉरिटी है, उनको पता चले कि आने वाले समय में क्या होगा। तो इसका जो टाइम रेंज है, इट इज नॉट ओनली द 5 days, बट आई विल कम टू द स्लाइड वेयर द टाइम रेंज will be more than a month also. So probably that will give you a lot of breathing time, and that will give you a lot of time for preparation for what are the possibilities that the disasters can take place in the given season, whether it is the summer, whether it is the winter, or whether it is the monsoon season in a given place. So what we require, the dissemination, and we should use the state of art technology. मोबाइल आजकल सबके जेब में है और मोबाइल के ऊपर बहुत सारे एप्लीकेशंस है और बहुत सारे चेतावनी आपको मिलती है, लेकिन इसमें एक गड़बड़ है भाई साहब। गड़बड़ ये है कि बहुत सारे जो है मौसम विज्ञानी जो है, जो मौसम विज्ञानी नहीं है लेकिन वो तैयार हो चुके हैं, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा कठिन समय आ गया है कि हमारे फोरकास्ट के पहले कोई तो भी और कहता है कि आज उत्तराखंड में ये होने वाला है, वो होने वाला है, ताकि वो जानकारी जो है वैज्ञानिक कई बार रहती नहीं है। देन दिस बिकम्स वेरी चैलेंजिंग। तो जब हम गाड़ी खरीदते हैं, टीवी खरीदते हैं, तो वी गो टू द ऑथराइज्ड डीलर, है हमारे, हम चाहते हैं कि जो चीज़ हम खरीदे वो अच्छी हो, उसकी क्वालिटी हो। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि आई डोंट क्लेम वेरी टॉल थिंग्स दैट आई एम दी द ऑथराइज्ड डीलर, बट आई थिंक इट्स अ नोडल एजेंसी फॉर द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया फॉर वेदर एंड क्लाइमेट रिलेटेड अपडेट्स एंड वार्निंग, पॉलिसी मेकिंग एक्सेट्रा। सो प्रोबेबली आप जब दुकान से सामान खरीदते हो तो आप ये चाहते हो कि वो सामान ठीक हो, उसकी क्वालिटी हो, ब्रांडेड हो। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि IMD से जो जब दुकान से चेतावनी आएगी या जो भी जानकारी आपके पास आएगी उसको आप देखिए। उसके लिए भी बहुत सारे ऐप हमारे पास है जिसके बारे में मैं बात करूँगा। यस, उत्तराखंड एज आई सेड इट्स अ हेवन ऑन द अर्थ। तो मैंने सोचा कि कुछ फोटोग्राफ्स यहाँ पे डाल दूँ जो मुझे भाए, और हालांकि इसको देवभूमि कहते हैं, और मेरा तो ये मानना है कि भारत के दुनिया के सभी देव जो है इस 4 धाम या इस एरिया में है, इस स्टेट में है। एक पवित्र भूमि है, लेकिन निसर्ग जो है इसके ऊपर इसका बहुत बड़ा वरदान है, लेकिन इसके साथ ही में इसके साथ बहुत सारे नैसर्गिक नेचुरल आपदाएं भी जुड़ी हुई है। किसी भाई साहब ने पूछा था कि भूकंप के बारे में भी बात की थी, तो मैं समझता कि मौसम विभाग भूकंप के बारे में कोई भी फोरकास्ट नहीं देता। आज सवेरे जब बात हो रही थी, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि
2021 में जो आपदाएं आई थी यहाँ पर मौसम संबंधी, उन्होंने मौसम विभाग का नाम लिया। मुझे थोड़ा सा सुनने में अच्छा लगा। मेरे मित्र यहाँ पर है जो मौसम विभाग देहरादून के इंचार्ज है, डॉक्टर विक्रम सिंह, आज वो यहाँ पर भी मौजूद है। तो ये हम चाहते हैं कि इस तरह की ट्रांसपेरेंसी, इस तरह का जो अप्रोच जो है वो रहे। गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज और जो भी यूजर एजेंसीज है, जो स्टेक होल्डर है, उस बात को बहुत अच्छी भांति समझते हैं कि किस तरह से उन्हें उसका उपयोग करना चाहिए। हालांकि मैं यहाँ पे नया हूँ और आप सब यहाँ पे मेरे ख्याल से मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर फ्रॉम दिस प्लेस, सो आई विल नॉट टेक मच टाइम ऑन दिस टाइम। यस, इट्स अ हिली एरिया एंड इफ यू सी द नॉर्थ ईस्ट ऑफ द रीजन, प्रोबेबली इट्स मोस्ट हिली टेरेन। जो कुछ है, जो नीचे जो देहरादून और बाकी के जो एरिया है, पंतनगर वगैरह, वो प्लेन है। अदरवाइज मोस्ट ऑफ द टेरेन इज हिली। I come from Maharashtra. For me, even Dehradun is a hilly area. But people in Uttarakhand, they say that Dehradun comes into the plains. But still, I feel that for us, people who come from a place like Pune or Mumbai, for us, entire Uttarakhand, is a hilly terrain. But the challenges are different as you move northerly in the Uttarakhand. Yes, monsoon. Monsoon brings a lot of challenges. It's something that season, which everyone wants because our agriculture is based on the monsoon rainfall. But at the same time, it's not only in the Uttarakhand, but there are entire country, there are a lot of other challenges. We have floods, we have extremely heavy rainfall, we have drought, and then, the number of rainfall days, which are light and moderate rainfall days, are reducing. Climate applications, climate scientists are making it becoming very vocal. और वो कह रहे हैं कि अब आने वाले सालों में जो बरसात होगी वो धीमी तरह की बरसात जो है ऑलमोस्ट नहीं होगी या कम होगी, उसके दिन कम होंगे। जो बरसात आएगी वो धुआंधार आएगी, और वो जब धुआंधार आएगी तो वी नो व्हाट आर द इम्पैक्ट दैट दिस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट कैन हैव। So to have this type of assessment, we need to have more spread, more strengthened observational network, and then this creates the triggers, the heavy rainfall triggers, the secondary disasters like the landslides, flash floods, and it is this particular part of the country is more prone for this. 2013 we all remember, and this was something very once in 100 year or maybe once in 1,000 year. But maybe we should be ready for this type of event also. The preparedness level should be of that. So what is the importance of the planned weather observation system in the early warning system? Yes, we also have the another disaster here, that is the forest fire. So during the summer period, there are cases where the forest fires are also taking place. So I was talking about the observational network. So this is the observational network that we have, the IMD in association with the state government of Uttarakhand. This is the observational network where we have automatic weather station, departmental observatories, part-time observatories, and etc. If you see here carefully, probably you will appreciate that the northern part of the Uttarakhand is not well covered. Now this is a big risk that we are carrying in, and probably this is what we are planning with the USDMA. I'm taking that project from IMD that we're trying to densify the network in the northern part of the Uttarakhand region, which is most hilly, and probably a lot of severe weather happens in that area. Otherwise, rest of the place, I think we have fairly good observation, but still we can improve upon that. Yes, we have airport at 3 places, aviation med services that also take the observation. One is Pithoragarh, the another is Dehradun and Pantnagar. So definitely, why I am mentioning this, because this also takes observations every half an hour. So I am this observational network. I'll touch briefly that we have surface observatories. Uttarakhand has 6 departmental observatories. So Uttarakhand has 6 departmental observatories and 4 part-time observatories. And then there are many other stations from where we get the data from the state department also. Almost 77 daily rainfall stations are there. We have AWS and ARG network. And also we have the upper air observations, and the radar network is also there, about which I am going to talk. Aviation, I have already just now told you. So coming to this point, what radar network we have? Currently, we have the radar at Mukteshwar and another at Sukanda Devi. So the footprints of these 2 radars, if you see, these are all C-band radars, and basically they will have the range of around 200 to 250 kilometers. But again, if you see the northern part of the Uttarakhand is not covered. There is one more radar which is going to come at Lansdowne very soon. Probably it is ready and it should become operational soon at the Pauri Gadwal. So, understanding this, we thought of, we had a talk with the state government, and the state government has planned, some more radars. They are called as compact expand radars. Probably this is what, we want to do it in collaborative manner. The technical expertise will be us, and probably the resources will be from the state government. Still it is in the planning state, but we are going to cover all that area which is not earlier covered, and there will be 8 compact expand radar. The range of this radar would be around 50 to 100 kilometer radius, and these 8 radars probably will come in that area. And if you see now the picture, probably you'll appreciate that it is covering entire Uttarakhand. So when we have the observation system in place, we also should have the history of this place. That's called as climate information. So my office at Pune, which has the responsibility of the climate prediction for the entire country. For the entire country, we give the forecast every season, every month, what is going to happen. So I just thought, I'll come out with some of the slides which are here. This is the temperature for the maximum forecast for March to May 2023. मार्च टू मई, ये 3 महीने में किस तरह से अधिकतम तापमान पूरे देश में रहने की संभावना है, इसके बारे में जानकारी यहाँ दी है। अलग अलग रंग आपको दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन आपकी जानकारी के लिए मैं बता दूं, जो रेड और येलो कलर की जो शेड्स है वो बताते हैं कि तापमान जो है, अधिकतम तापमान अपने औसत से ऊपर रहने की संभावना बता रहा है। जो ग्रीन कलर की शेड्स है वो बता रहे हैं कि औसत वाला तापमान, एवरेज टेम्परेचर कहाँ रहने की संभावना है, और जो ब्लू रंग बता रहा है वो औसत से, एवरेज से कम टेम्परेचर कहाँ रहने की संभावना है बता रहे हैं। तो अगर आप देखोगे यहाँ पे कि मार्च टू मई में जो तापमान का शेड बता रहे हैं, मैंने थोड़ा सा उत्तराखंड को एनसर्कल करने की कोशिश की। अगर आप देखोगे तो ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट अगर आप करते हो इसको उत्तराखंड को, तो अगर आप वेस्ट में देखोगे तो तापमान जो है मार्च टू मई के इसमें जो मैक्सिमम टेम्परेचर है वो औसत के बराबर रहने की संभावना है। लेकिन अगर आप ईस्ट साइड में अगर आप जाते हो तो वहां पर आप देखोगे कि तापमान जो है, अधिकतम तापमान जो है वो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा रहने की संभावना है। This information is very useful for the planner because there are cases where you have the forest fire also, where the temperature goes high, humidity levels are very low. There are cases of forest fire in this place also. So probably this becomes a guidance. I should not say that's the early warning system, but probably this will give us a maybe to improve our watch system on that. So similarly, what is the heat wave? जो हीट वेव्स जो है जिससे आज पूरे देश में जो है हम कई बार इससे चिंतित है, तो इसका भी पूर्वानुमान हम देते हैं। और हमने ये कहा है कि ये जो हमने पूर्वानुमान दिया था मार्च टू मई में कि आने वाले जो धूप काल का जो सीजन रहेगा वो किस तरह से रहेगा, हमने कहा कि ये पूरे देश में जो है जहां पर आप देख रहे हो, तो ये जो जितने आपको लाल रंग ज्यादा दिख रहे हो वो ये बता रहे हैं कि प्रोबेबिलिटी जो है वो वहां पर ज्यादा हीट वेव आने की संभावना है। तो उस हिसाब से मैं देखता हूं कि उत्तराखंड में उस तरह की कोई भी समस्या नहीं है, हीट वेव की संभावना नहीं है। लेकिन पूरे देश में अगर आप मध्य भारत में अगर आप देखोगे कि इस तरह की स्थिति जो है ये 2 महीने में रहने की संभावना है। उसी तरह से मिनिमम टेम्परेचर के बारे में भी अगर आप देखोगे तो जो न्यूनतम तापमान है उत्तराखंड में अगर आप बात करोगे तो उत्तराखंड में जो न्यूनतम तापमान है आने वाले 3 महीने में औसत से ज्यादा रहने की संभावना जो है वो प्रोबेबिलिटी जो है मोर देन 70% है। तो ये सब चीजें आपको ये क्या बता रहे कि किस तरह से जो है आने वाले समय में क्या इस पे हेल्थ पे परिणाम होगा, किस तरह से इम्पैक्ट होगा, कृषि पे क्या परिणाम होगा, वाटर पे क्या परिणाम होगा। तो इस तरह की गाइडेंस जो है प्रोबेबली अर्ली वार्निंग स्टेट में जो काम करते सिस्टम में काम करते उनको आवश्यक मिलेगा। हीट वेव गाइडेंस के बारे में भी नया प्रोडक्ट हम बनाया, आई हैव नॉट टच दैट 2 minutes oh my god okay and then we also give the seasonal forecast मानसून के लिए कि किस तरह से पूरे देश में मानसून रहेगा। ये 2022 का है, कृपया इसे 2023 का ना समझे। 2023 का हम अप्रैल के मध्य में हम आपको इसका पूर्वानुमान देंगे कि पूरे देश में किस तरह से रहेगा तापमान, किस तरह से रहेगा बरसात। और एक प्रोबेबिलिटी फोरकास्ट है जहां पे आपको नीले रंग दिखते हैं, 2022 का है ऑल इंडिया लेवल का, जहां पे नीले रंग दिखते हैं वहां पे आपको ये समझना है कि एवरेज से ज्यादा बरसात होने की संभावना वहां पर है। तो ये भी एक गाइडेंस होता है कि किस तरह से आने वाले समय में हर एक राज्य में बरसात होने की संभावना रहेगी। क्लाउड बस्ट के बारे में मेरे एक साथी ने सवाल पूछा था, क्लाउड बस्ट का पूर्वानुमान होता है क्या? नहीं, अभी तक तो साइंस उतना प्रगतिशील नहीं हुआ है कि उसके बारे में उस सटीकता से पूर्वानुमान दिया जाए। लेकिन यस ये होता है कि हम ये जरूर बता सकते हैं कि बरसात जो है बहुत तेज या बहुत ज्यादा होने की संभावना है, एक्सट्रीमली हेवी रेनफॉल की वार्निंग दी जा सकती है। लेकिन क्लाउड बस्ट का जो डेफिनेशन है वो 10 सेंटीमीटर पर आवर मतलब 100 मिलीमीटर पर आवर के रेनफॉल का गणित आंकड़ा जो है, क्योंकि उसमें लीड टाइम बहुत छोटा होता है, आधे घंटे में या एकदम लेस देन 1 आवर में जो है ये सब चीजें आपको दिखती है। इसका पूर्वानुमान देना अभी तक नहीं है, लेकिन इसकी संभावना जो है हम दे सकते हैं। तो ये कुछ चार्ट मैंने लाने की कोशिश की। ऑफकोर्स ये वेरी प्रिलिमिनरी स्टडीज है कि किस तरह से देहरादून में पिछले कई वर्षों में, ये पिछले 100 साल का डेटा है शायद, या मे बी लास्ट 30-40 ईयर्स, तो कितने क्लाउड बस्ट के इवेंट्स हुए हैं। एंड देन देयर इज अनदर डेफिनेशन व्हिच इज कमिंग विद द क्लाउड बस्ट, दैट इज मिनी क्लाउड बस्ट। सिर्फ क्लाउड बस्ट ही काम नहीं करता, कई बार मिनी क्लाउड बस्ट भी हमें उतना ही प्रभाव दे सकता है या उतना हानि कर सकता है जितना क्लाउड बस्ट करे। ये आपके साथ दोबारा मेरे ख्याल से मेरे साथी इसको शेयर करेंगे। और ये क्लाउड बस्ट का असेसमेंट करने के लिए हमारे पास ऑटोग्राफिक चार्ट है जिसमें हर घंटे का रेनफॉल है, ऑटोमेटिक वेदर स्टेशन है, ऑटोमेटिक रेन गीजेस, हर 15 मिनट में किस तरह की बरसात हो रही है, लाइव डेटा हमें मिलता है। तो उससे हमें पता चलता है कि वहां पे रेनफॉल हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है। उत्तराखंड में जैसे मैक्सिमम मिनिमम टेम्परेचर की हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो अगर आप देखोगे ये 2022 का डेटा है। इसमें हमने अगर आप देखोगे कि 2022 का जो पूरा किस तरह से हर महीने में मैक्सिमम टेम्परेचर, मिनिमम टेम्परेचर और एवरेज टेम्परेचर कैसे रहा, इसके बारे में जानकारी दी। एक थोड़ी सी इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड है, मैं बता सकता हूं कि ये किस तरह से तापमान जो है पिछले 122 वर्ष में चेंज हो रहा है। ये उत्तराखंड से संबंधित है। अगर आप देखोगे कि 1970 के आसपास के बाद आप देखोगे कि ग्राफ जो है तापमान का ऊपर जा रहा है, मतलब ये दिखा रहा है कि शायद उत्तराखंड का भी तापमान जो है वो बढ़ रहा है। ये 3 लाइनें यहाँ पे जो आपको दिख रही है वो न्यूनतम तापमान है, एवरेज एंड अधिकतम तापमान है। तो ये तीनों चीजें जो है वो बढ़ते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं 1970 के बाद। जो लास्ट कपल ऑफ ईयर्स का डेटा है वो भी अगर आप देखोगे तो वो काफी सिग्निफिकेंट राइज बता रहा है। रेनफॉल अगर आप देखोगे तो थोड़ा सा रेनफॉल में अगर आप देखोगे कि शायद कम होते हुए नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन ये भी ऑलमोस्ट 120 ईयर्स का डेटा है, लेकिन इसके ऊपर भी अभ्यास होना जरूरी है। कुछ ट्रेंड्स हैं, कहाँ पे बरसात हुई है, किस तरह से हुई है, और ये अच्छा एक स्लाइड है जो आपके साथ मैं शेयर करना चाहूंगा, जो 1901 से 2021, अगेन 120 ईयर्स। अगर आप देखोगे तो किस तरह से हर जिले में जो है बरसात का ट्रेंड है। तो अगर आप देखोगे कि रुद्रप्रयाग, चमोली, बागेश्वर, नैनीताल, ये जो है, ये जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहां पर बरसात जो है ट्रेंड बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है पिछले 120 साल में। लेकिन अगर आप पौड़ी गढ़वाल को डिस्ट्रिक्ट देखोगे जो लाल में दिख रहा है या ब्राउनिश कलर में दिख रहा है, तो वहां पे अगर आप देखोगे तो बरसात शायद कम होते हुए दिखाई दे रही है। तो ये ट्रेंड है जो हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर। और जब हम अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम की बात करते हैं तो कई बार लोग मुझे पूछते हैं, या नहीं वन मोर नहीं, तो लोग पूछते कि किस तरह से अर्ली वार्निंग आती है। तो मैंने सोचा कि एक चित्र आपके सामने रखूं। जो वेदर अलर्ट दिया जाता है, जो रेड बॉक्स में मैंने वहां पे दर्शाने की कोशिश की है, उसके पीछे क्या क्या मैकेनिज्म हो सकता है, बैकग्राउंड में क्या क्या मैकेनिज्म हो सकता है, वो मैंने यहाँ पे आपको बताने की कोशिश की। एक अर्ली वार्निंग अगर मुझे कहना है कि उत्तराखंड में कल बरसात होने की, अधिकतर बरसात होने की संभावना है, तो उसके पीछे क्या क्या गणित है, क्या क्या साधन लगते हैं, किस तरह से साइंस उसमें इन्वॉल्व होता है, और किन परिस्थितियों में इन सब चीजों से मौसम विभाग को काम करना पड़ता है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का भी उसमें साथ रहता है हमारे साथ। तो ये मैंने यहाँ पे डालने की कोशिश की। यहाँ पर एक चैलेंज एक है कि जब हम अर्ली वार्निंग देते हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि अभी तक मेरे ख्याल से वो हर जगह पे, हर कोने में पहुंचना उतना 100% नहीं हो रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से कई जगह पे गैप्स है। सिर्फ उत्तराखंड में नहीं, पूरे देश की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। जो पूर्वानुमान हम देते हैं, जो फोरकास्ट हम देते हैं, हम हर आधे घंटे का फोरकास्ट देते हैं। जो विमानन सेवा हम देते हैं वहां पे हर आधे घंटे में फोरकास्ट होता है। आधे घंटे से लेके 4 महीने तक का फोरकास्ट जो है हम दे सकते हैं, उस तरह की क्षमता हमारे में है। तो विमानन सेवा में आधे घंटे में है। जो नावकास्ट होता है, जो रडार और सैटेलाइट के माध्यम से देता है, जो 3 घंटे का है। 5 डे 7 डे फोरकास्ट है। एग्रोमेट के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर कृषि के लिए फोरकास्ट है। एक्सटेंडेड रेंज फोरकास्ट है जो 4 हफ्तों का है, और उसके बाद पूरा सीजनल फोरकास्ट है। तो जो वार्निंग डिसेमिनेट करते हैं उसके कई सारे ऐप हैं। आजकल वेबसाइट देखना लोग ज़्यादा पसंद नहीं करते, इसलिए मौसम विभाग ने भी सोचा है कि सोशल मीडिया का सहारा लें। और बहुत सारे ऐप जो है हमारे हैं, जैसे दामिनी है, जिसके बारे में मेरे मित्र गोपाल भी बात करेंगे, जो लाइटनिंग के संबंध में है, मौसम संबंधी है। और तो ऐसे कई सारे ऐप है जो आप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, जिसमें आपको रियल टाइम ऑथेंटिक इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगी। और जो इफेक्टिव यूज ऑफ सोशल मीडिया है, जैसे ट्विटर है, तो ये आज ही मैंने शायद कल किया था। यस, ये कल मैंने किया था। जब आया था मैंने सोचा कि क्यों ना पूर्वानुमान दिया जाए उत्तराखंड का। तो ट्विटर पे जो है इस तरह के रियल टाइम आप इमेजेस अपलोड कर सकते हैं, किस तरह का तापमान है, क्या हो सकता है। और कॉमन अलर्ट प्रोटोकॉल मैं समझता हूँ उसके बारे में भी कुछ लोग यहाँ पर बताने वाले हैं, तो उसके बारे में मैं बात नहीं करूँगा। और एक नई टेक्निक है मेरे ख्याल से, जिसमें शायद मेरे कुछ सहयोगी बात करने वाले, जो HD रेल के बारे में कुछ नई टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसको हमने लेना चाहिए। आई थिंक दिस इज लास्ट स्लाइड। और लास्ट स्टेटमेंट ये है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसको कॉपी पेस्ट कर लो भाई, कि इन्वेस्टिंग ₹800 million in early warning system would avoid the losses of 3 to 16 billion $. आप देखो थोड़ा सा पैसा मिले, जस्ट लाइक आप पूंजी किसी बैंक में या किसी अच्छी जगह पे आप इन्वेस्ट करते हो, तो आपको जो है बैंक या वो जो है कुछ भली बात की ब्याज नहीं देता है। मैं समझती हूँ कि अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम में भी इस तरह से इन्वेस्टमेंट हो, सिर्फ पैसे का नहीं है, मैन पावर का, विज्ञान का, साइंस का, स्टेक होल्डर्स का, इस तरह से अगर हम जोड़ के मिलकर काम कर सकते हैं, जिस तरह से आज ये फोरम काम कर रहा है, मैं समझता हूँ कि इसके रिजल्ट जो है वो बहुत अच्छे और आने वाले समय में बहुत इफेक्टिव रहने की संभावना है। धन्यवाद। और मैंने समय से थोड़ा ज्यादा बोला, इसके लिए मैं चेयरमैन से क्षमा चाहूँगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगर कोई सवाल है तो
अभी प्रश्न थोड़े बाद में ले जाएंगे, टाइम की कमी है। अब मैं श्री वी गोपालकृष्णन साहब को इनवाइट करना चाहता हूँ। साइंटिस्ट हैं IITM पुणे से। He specializes on lightning forecast. His prediction briefly describe lightning monitoring and lightning alert dissemination. तो सलकर साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली कि वार्निंग सिस्टम लगाने में इतना पैसा से इतना आएगा, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से वार्निंग सिस्टम लगाना ही बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है, उसको मेंटेन करना एक वेरी डिफिकल्ट टास्क। वो अगर मेंटेन करते हैं आप कोई भी सिस्टम को फॉर लॉन्ग रन 8 and 10 years, then it will gives a good result. अदरवाइज सारे लगा के चले जाएंगे, टाटा बाय बाय करके, फिर आप मेंटेन करते हो।
Good afternoon. Sorry for some technical problem. Just come on air with me. I am going to, myself Gopalakrishnan, I am going to talk on that lightning. So lightning is one of the major disasters we are facing nowadays, India is facing. And then if you see that one, this one, I am going to see how the disaster management angle. So if you see that one in the slide, if you see, the lightning deaths are more compared to all other disasters. So if you are seeing for the last 1 decade or even the 2 decades, so that whatever the natural disaster happening, something like a cyclone, heat wave, landslide, or some floods and other things. So the one, so the all the death due to all other this one, the natural disaster is coming down. Whereas there's only issue that the death due to that lightning is increasing, and this can be seen in this one. So in that this figure is that one that this is just last 1 decade what is happening. So if you see this figure, something around that 10,000 people lost their life due to only for the lightning. Whereas the cyclone, which was taking the huge toll earlier, now it has been come down drastically. So and then now also that as per the estimate, so every year something around the 2,000 to 3,000 people die only due to the lightning. So this lightning is becoming the national focus. Now the government is giving that lot of this focus on the lightning. So how this this kind of losses that have been caused due to lightning can be reduced. That one of the main reason for this that huge loss due to only that lightning is only that there cannot be done. There is not a good forecast for that lightning incident. So even if we are giving a forecast, that kind of a forecast is not, which will not reach like the public gets within the short term. So before that, what is the lightning? So lightning we can see from this one. So whenever there is a thundercloud, that thundercloud becoming the larger, and within the thundercloud there are we have the positive as well as that negative charges. Once that kind of a breakdown takes place between these two charge centers, then they get that lightning. So this lightning, when it is taking take place within the cloud, is called intra-cloud lightning. That will not cause much damage. But whenever there is a lightning between the cloud to ground, which is you can see this one, this kind of the cloud to ground. So this kind of lightning produces the huge damages because the person close to the ground that lightning hits. So if some person even that lifestyle is there, that can be very much affected. So I'm not going to the future of the so why this lightning is taking so much because that lightning is having the huge energy we cannot imagine. So it is having that this lightning, you see that current flows between that lightning something around that 20,000 amps or even the 2 lakh amps. And then it is having that very huge energy, which is that 10 power 9 to 10 power 10 joules. So if you see that much huge current it is bringing down, so that's why this lightning is having. So and then this lightning can affect in the 4 ways. If you are seeing that only that direct strike, contact voltage, side strike, and also that sub voltage. Then the person there are very much chances of that lightning hitting that very less chances of that direct strike. But the most of that activity, most of that losses occur of these two types, which is that side flash as well as that contact voltage. So what we get general public we do that. So whenever that lightning happens, we don't have that people working in that open field. They don't have much shelter. So we are taking shelter under the tree, under a building or something. So the person and then that the lightning has a tendency to arrive the ground using the tallest object of the particular area. So that place that naturally the tallest object will be the trees, big trees, so that whenever the person taking the shelter under the tree, they get affected and then they get that means that there will be there may be sometimes this kind of accident may be that very much means results in the fatality also. And then also these are the 4 types of this one. And then if you see the global distribution, then India is one of the means sitting on the hotspot. So I am not going into the details how the present, but if you see that means that lightning, that how it is increasing over the India, this graph very interesting, and then so that so you can see that one. So that lightning that's so. This Uttarakhand is not that so much part of that lightning that where it is that within in that what you call that hotspot zone, but still that Uttarakhand also some deaths are happening. So that the hotspot mostly stays within that eastern India and then that even that northeastern India only is there lot of deaths happening. So victim of, if you see the victims over this one, so not only for the Maharashtra, it is even for the other places also. So if you see that, so we have taken the statistic, so most of the death happens during that person's working in that field. So why they working in the field? Because they are, these persons are working in the field, they don't have a shelter, and then they are just working. And then as I told you, so this kind of a lighting, they don't have that, whatever that lead time. So even with this present technology, so we cannot have a lead time of more than 40 minutes. 30 to 40 minutes is the maximum lead time one can use for the lighting to give on that particular location. So that within that 30 to 30 minutes time, the people working in that this open field, they don't have as much place to go and then take the shelter, except for that. So whenever so the shelter only shelter is available, maybe that trees, but that it is not that is not a shelter. That will only take means that only proves that most dangerous place to take the shelter. But we are taking the shelter at that wrong place, so we don't have shelter. So that is the major. One of the major problems. So whenever the people working in the open field, even the agriculture people, those who are taking that person, so these people, they go and take the shelter at that wrong place, which is not only happening. So that one take the shelter under the tree. When they are taking the shelter under the tree, that also in a big group. So that time, because of the contact potential also, there is a danger of that person affecting by the lighting. So that lighting causes the very great risk. So I don't go into it. So how it can be managed and how we can manage the lighting? I can come to this manner. So we should have that lighting protection rods everywhere. So that lighting protection rod, and then for each building should be covered by that lighting protection rod, lighting arrestor should be there. So even if it's not the big one, which is not having that so much big investment, so the investment is much lesser. So we should have a good conductor, and then that it should be that properly grounded using that just some copper wire, and then this grounding should be done very much essential grounding. We should see the grounding. So that one we should take at least that 3 to 4 feet under the ground. It should go that lighting rod. Otherwise, it is not that much effective. So that so one of the main things. So each building, even if it is not that very much tall building, even the small building, and then where that people are much this one, that something like the school, where the people are, so much people are there, or even that some mall or something like that. So all should be covered by the lighting rods, and then these lighting rods should be of the good quality, not like that just only for the name, like some lighting rod is there, lighting arrestor is there. So that kind of a thing should be done. So that is one of the greatest one, lighting rod, and then other thing, lighting protection should be done. And then so this is, I can see that lighting cannot be prevented, it can be intercepted. So no, even if you are putting the lighting protection or lighting arrestor, it will not arrest. It can only prevent, it can only intercept, and then this kind of a thing will give that will only divert the path, so that if it is not constructed properly, it will again result in the damage only. So there is no single technology that can completely eliminate the risk of the direct strike or even the road. So that so this is the important thing. That's why still the lighting is going to be the very much disaster. So the nowcasting of the lighting. So what we are doing is nowcasting only is impossible. We cannot use the forecast. Is not there. So even that IMD is giving the 3-hour forecast. Now that because of this one, so that 3-hour forecast they give over a big area. But if you come to the smaller areas, smaller regions where it can come, so this only we can give the nowcast. So as I told you, this nowcast can be possible not more than the 30 to 40 minutes. So what we have done is IMD, IITM along with IMD Minister of Earth Sciences, we are now using that over that India. We have installed that lighting location network. So this kind of lighting location network, IITM or the Ministry of Sciences has been installed. So this network, at present we have something around that 85 sensors all over the country. If you see over the Uttarakhand we have the 4 sensors located at Dehradun, Pantnagar, Almora, as well as the Srinagar. So these 4 sensors we have. So and then this one. So these sensors can have a range of about that 100 to 150 kilometers range. So with this range, we can cover that lighting occurrence something around that 90%, 85 to 90% accuracy, we can cover it. So what this lighting network does is, we are now, because of the use of this lighting network, we are now continuously monitoring that happening of this lighting. So where that lighting is happening, and then we are also continuously monitoring not only happening, we are seeing that which direction it is down that particular thunderstorm is now moving in. That's also we are seeing it. From this one, we get to know that which direction it is going, and then this is one of the main attraction of this network, particular network. With this network, we can monitor the lighting from the stage it is initiating within the cloud. From the stage it is initiating the cloud, as I told you, that is that intra-cloud lighting is created just even before the initiation. We can start monitoring. So if you know that where that one, that from the stage of initiation to that first cloud to ground lighting occurs, it takes around 15 minutes time, minimum 15 minutes time. And then one more thing is that not all this lighting or that cloud to ground lighting. Only about 15 to 20% of this lighting is only the cloud to ground lighting. So from that so by knowing that one, even before that 20 minutes before that one, so we can know that start the monitoring in there, and then we are also continuously monitoring the movement of the thundercloud, movement of the lighting. From this network, so we can alert the people the exact location where that lighting is going to happen. Not the exact location, something around the area, we can see that within the 10 kilometer area. So we can know that where that lighting is going to happen. So this kind of information we are now providing. So for this one, so we have to disseminate the information. We are providing dissemination. The dissemination is very much difficult. So we are now disseminating this kind of information to IMD, even to other also some other government agencies, even the disaster management agencies, all the places we are giving it. And then to also to get the people, general public, reach the people very much easily. So IITM has installed that one, whatever that popular mobile app is there, this kind of the Damini lighting alert is there. So this lighting alert mobile app, means the Damini app, is now it can give using that you can see that where the lighting is a particular happening. So it is giving that the three kind of thing where that lighting is happening, whether you are in the particular person, you are in that lighting region, or where that lighting may happen. So this kind of, and then there is also we should give that one more thing where that lighting is not there or not. So there are just. So in this now this because of the earlier when it was installed the release, so it was available only in the English. Now that recently that last year because of the government initiative, we are now this kind of this app is now available in that all kind of the vernacular languages, major vernacular languages, 15 regional languages is now available, and then we are now going to add also the 7 more languages. No, it will be now the 22 languages this kind of this alert is available. So by using this one alert, we can see that one. So all said. So still we cannot do that, means reduce that, eliminate the risk of the lighting. So then one of the major this one is we have to take that awareness program is only that one which can reduce that loss of the light. So this awareness program should be conducted, and then we should have the safe shelters, not the trees for that also. So that should be the thank you.
Thank you, Dr. sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. G.P. Sharma from SkyMet Weather, and his presentation actually based on the theory to action, harnessed advanced technology for effective disaster management.
Thanks, Chair and Co-Chair. Thanks, organizers, to give a chance to SkyMet to be a part of the solution to come on board for disaster management in Uttarakhand. I am Air Vice Marshal G.P. Sharma, the former head of the meteorological branch of the Indian Air Force, and with SkyMet for the last almost 10 years or even more. Very interesting to speak to or listen to these presentations one after the other. And the topic of title of my presentation is almost, it's aligned with the title of the theme of this conclave as such, advanced technologies for disaster management. See, state of Uttarakhand, as we have stated earlier also, even by the guests also over there, it's the easternmost part of the western Himalayas, which we call it even the Kumaon Himalayas also. It comprises of even the pristine glaciers, snow-clad mountains, flat road valleys, the deserts, deep dense forests are there, the bedrock rivers are there, and whatnot. Okay. So what happens with all that, the challenges are manifold. The land here is very fragile as compared to what we have the other parts of the Himalayas. And that increases the challenge as such. The climate change, which is very, very imminent, is adding on to this. Okay, so what I feel is the disaster management authority of the state, they are having a lot of things at hand, and they are working to the fullest potential 24/7 to meet this challenge. Phenomenal. I will try to finish early. I know it is it's very difficult to keep the crowd focused or the participant focused when the lunchtime approaches, but I will definitely take care that I'll try to finish in the quickest possible time. The first of few words about SkyMet, core competences, weather monitoring, forecasting, and weather modeling. Along with that, crop also we do, the crop monitoring modeling. The backbone of SkyMet talks about we have a strong network of automatic weather stations and the lightning detection network. 7,000 plus are the automatic weather stations and pan-India coverage of lightning detection. The data capture, obviously, there's nothing very new. Every agency is through this only. Satellite data is there. We use drones also, basically for crop estimation and crop losses. Also, we have some manual capturing of data. Along with that, the data from the automatic weather stations and some of the sensors also are there. In-house, we have developed some tools for the weather forecasting and all. We have SWIMS. SWIMS is a SkyMet Weather Information Management System, which provides end-to-end weather solutions. Okay, it is using historical data, current weather data, and even otherwise also the weather forecasting is basically done with this. The other arms that's for crops. The SkyMet, we have a web-based, we have the apps also, the interfaces there for rural, urban, all these sectors, and then idea is to provide advisories to a vast number of the customers, the vast number of people which we have, and the last one that says the SKLGeo, that's a geospatial platform. I talk a little later about that. This was same like data capturing we do with the automatic weather stations. The coverage of the automatic weather station network, almost about 25 states, 7,000 of them. This is what is there, including state of Uttarakhand. We have densely stationed automatic weather stations. They are there in the state of Maharashtra, Gujarat, even part of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh also. Kerala, yes, we have large presence on the eastern side, northeastern side, state of Nagaland. Why, I cover later. This is the plan to add some more in the due course of time, and then obviously pan-India we would like to have dense data network. The state of Uttarakhand, as I mentioned, we have about 56 of them. These are being basically used by the general insurance at the moment, banking sector. They make use of this information which we have. Obviously, all this network which we have, very dense network, we have the quality check of this data being done regularly. Time interval can be anything. We can have even at the interval of 10 minutes or even less. But normally we prefer to have it at half an hour data. And then this is the data which we use, the clients use, everyone uses for the different purposes. Okay, the automatic weather station, everyone knows about that, various parameters. In addition to the normal ones, that's the wind, temperature, humidity, rainfall, etc. We have some soil parameters, soil moisture is there, soil temperature is there. So we make use of this particular data for this forecasting. The main thing to mention here, like Dr. Balakrishnan has already covered lightning about detection network. SkyMet was the first one to have the lightning detection network in the public domain. Before that, yes, Indian Air Force. I'm glad to share with you, I was the one in the chair when we had for the Indian Air Force. Huge network, but the only thing is Air Force doesn't share the data openly with for the obvious reasons, but Air Force was the one. And we shared it with the Indian Met Department when they didn't have Damini, we shared Indian Air Force. We had a page where satellite picture and overlap with this lightning data, and that is for the public consumption. Now, talking about the SkyMet, as of now also, we have, these are the sensors which we have. This is collaboration with our network. We have number of sensors. Coverage is pan-India, and we intend to catch, possibly add some more, depending upon the requirements also, state of Uttarakhand also. We have these sensors. The process regarding this, basically we don't have the luxury, SkyMet doesn't have the luxury, unlike the Air Force and the Indian Met Department, to position these sensors. Okay, we have to have the security of these sensors also. I don't have land or stations. SkyMet is based at Noida, we have office at Mumbai, we have in Pune, one odd station, possibly Jaipur, but to position these sensors and all, you need some locations, which I little fall short of. So that's the thing, but still, we intend to add some more. Okay, this was a screenshot which we captured on 17th. Today is before the event, obviously. Just to show you that there is a lot of activity. Actually, after that, a lot of activity has increased weather activity. But this is the screenshot of that day at 7 p.m. Okay, the timings are also mentioned, and this was overlapped over the clouds which were persisting. And look at this. Even state of Uttarakhand also, there were a number of lightning. Somebody had asked, तो सचिन ने पूछा था कि कुछ क्लाउड बर्स्ट की फोरकास्ट हो सकती है, तो डॉक्टर हौसलेकर ने कहा बिल्कुल नहीं हो सकती, संभावना बन सकती है आने वाले दिनों में। उस संभावना को बनाने के लिए मैं कहूँगा कैसे बनेगी, लाइटनिंग डिटेक्शन से बनेगी, वेदर रडार से बनेगी। उन्होंने ये भी मेंशन किया 8 कॉम्पैक्ट वेदर रडार आ रहे हैं, अभी दिन में तो केवल 2 हैं, मुक्तेश्वर है और एक और है इसके बगल में सरकंडा जी। These are the 2 places, but not sufficient. You see, weather radar, they have their own limitations in the mountain terrain. You can't have S-band radar. What will I do with a range of 400 kilometers? Line of sight is a problem. I remember SkyMet, I was the one, I had Maybe it was in the aftermath of 2013, which what happened in the state, that there was some project which I had sent a proposal of 12 weather radars with locations, with sighting, keeping in mind that everything should be feasible, approach should be feasible, line of sight should be okay, but I don't know what happened to that after. But there was. It's a good thing that the 8 compact weather radar, if you come up, of coverage will be lost. If at all the cloud burst you have to catch, it has to be a combined effort of lightning detection and possibly the weather radar. You know the possibility that is worked out in these days. Whatever the window is there is a likelihood of heavy rain. But then you have to work in that window 24/7 to catch that particular event. Lightning detection system, you can gauge the intensity of the cloud, intensity of the storm, you can watch its movement, you can track it. Along with that, in case weather radar is there, you can have the volume of the water which is there in that particular thing. So possibly combination of the two will one day lead us to, there is a possibility of cloudburst. Very difficult. Mountain terrain adds further difficulty to the forecasting element for that matter. Even the numerical weather modeling, which Dr. John had covered, it has its limitations when it comes to mountains, okay? The Western Ghats will take it, it has its limitations. So we have to live with it. There is an improvement, as he mentioned, a phenomenal improvement in the last couple of years. Okay, so we go with that. This is the same. This was for the state of Uttarakhand, the screenshot which was there, the lightning as well as the cloud picture that day. Now, this is for the state of Uttarakhand, multiple challenges which I mentioned. To talk about earthquake, you talk about floods and avalanches and all, blocks and whatnot. You see, the state is having almost, when it comes to, say, avalanches, the glaciers, etc., there are more than 1,000 glaciers here. But they are all in inhospitable locations. Very difficult. The satellite studies and the satellite research or the satellite pictures and the aerial surveys, they have their own limitations. Difficult. You cannot pinpoint. Okay, it requires a phenomenal amount of effort to go into that. The avalanche which was there, possibly that was last year only, that I think sometime October, which killed all the mountaineers of this Institute of Mountaineering. And prior to that, we had GLOF, glacier, that lake outburst, which wiped off 2 of our hydro projects, Tapovan, Rishi, Samla. Okay, so these are the recent ones. Phenomenal. So the disasters are far too many for the state. The only thing is we have to come together to find out how to cope with it. It has to be a combined effort. Okay, individual agency, I don't say Skymet can do everything for this. No, but we can definitely come in. We can definitely come on board to provide a part of the solution, at least with some of the agencies also joining together. Early warning, forecasting early warning, it has been talked about already. Early warning, it has been there. There has been hydrometeorological forecasting is there, landslide monitoring at high mountain hazards, which I just now mentioned. Out of this, within reach is a hydrometeorological forecasting. Now, landslide, yes, some work is being done in this direction now. There is some equipment coming also, but it's a major problem in the state as such. As I said, the fragile land is there. It is a major, and particularly in some inclement weather conditions when they are there, the problem increases manifold. Okay, hydrometeorological, yes, as I said, heat is not much of a problem, though it was mentioned somewhere heat wave also during one of the talk, but then heat wave can be managed, is managed, okay, but the floods and droughts definitely, with the help of the meteorological hazards which we have, vulnerability of the risk and management can be worked out with the help of the numerical models for these things. But then when it comes to landslide, as the degree of difficulty becomes high. But there are even some startups now entering in this particular field. I know one for that in my society where I live in Noida. They are venturing into this, and that too in Uttarakhand. Okay, so there are this equipment now coming up which can be possibly give us some more help in tracking this thing. Whether it's the stability of the slope assessment is there, or isometers and all, many things. But then it will take a little time, but then it is also becoming within reach. It is not very far, we will be very close to it. But this one, that's the avalanche and the dwarf which I mentioned earlier, it remains a little difficult. But then the effort should be there. SASE does it for all the states, all the 3 states. So their main job is this only. But then we can deploy definitely some sensors, snow sensors, ice, their levels, water levels to come and be on board this. This was particularly the screenshot which I had, which is a proposal which I sent for the weather results for the state of Uttarakhand. What can we do for this? We have to do जो हमारे सुबह विशेष अतिथि और चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब आए थे और जो उनके साथ मंत्री जी थे, उन्होंने जो कहा हमें वो करना है. उन्होंने बिल्कुल साफ शब्दों में कहा, सिंपल भाषा में कहा. मैंने उसको कहीं लिखा कि ये इन्होंने क्या कहा है और शायद वो बहुत ही मायने रखती हैं चीज़ें. चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब जी ने कहा था कि उत्तराखंड एक बहुत संवेदनशील क्षेत्र है, आपदाएं आती रहेंगी, हर मौसम में आ रही हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि मानसून नहीं आएंगी. उन्होंने जिक्र किया जो 17, 18 और 19 अक्टूबर का कि जबकि उनको जानकारी दी गई थी स्टेट को, साइंटिस्ट ने, कि ऐसी आपदा आने वाली है. माल का नुकसान तो बेशक हुआ, जान का नुकसान कुछ नहीं हुआ, बहुत बड़ी बात है. और उसके साथ ही उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि आपदाएं जब हर मौसम में आती, जो मंत्री जी थे उन्होंने कहा कि प्राकृतिक आपदा को कोई रोक नहीं सकता, लेकिन जो उसका पूर्वाभास जरूर हो जाता है. बिल्कुल ठीक बात है. और उसको टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से हमें टैकल करना है, तो तकनीक के माध्यम से उसके लिए तैयारी करनी है. उसके साथ ही हमें नुकसान जो है उसको कम करने का, और जान का नुकसान तो नहीं होना चाहिए. हम इस स्लाइड से कहने की यही कोशिश कर रहे हैं जी. I will not read all that what is written, but it means this only. Basically, you have to map the thing, you have to design the network. After designing, you have to create early warning, and then you have to disseminate it to the people, disseminate it to the customers. Yeah. This is which I said I will cover later. This is the geospatial platform which we have developed. This is the risk assessment we have done at SkyMed. At the village level, block level, keeping into mind the various factors which come for hampering the activities at that particular space or so. Like, this is used basically for the banking sector, possibly when they give them loan, etc. to the people. So there is any place how prone it is to the earthquake, how prone it is to cyclone. Basically, आपदाएं उसकी बात कर रहे हैं हम. वहाँ कितनी बारिश होती है, कितने ज़्यादा फ्लड आ सकते हैं, या और क्या क्या हीट वेव कितनी हो सकती है, उसकी इंटेंसिटी कितनी हो सकती है. ये सब हमने SkyMed का ये प्रॉपर्टी है जो हमने डेवलप किया हुआ है, और ये यूज़ हो रहा है बैंकिंग सेक्टर द्वारा, जिसमें कि इंडिविजुअली ब्लॉक लेवल पे जाके हम ये पता कर सकते हैं कि उसका रिस्क कितना है. कैपेबिलिटी है ये हमारे पास. ये मैं इसको छोड़ना चाहूँगा क्योंकि SkyMed के पास इंश्योरेंस, क्रॉप्स एक्सेट्रा, मीडिया. मेन थिंग इज जो हम डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे पास 2 स्टेट्स हैं जिनके साथ हम ऐसा काम कर रहे हैं. डाउन साउथ along the west coast, it's the state of Kerala, which we have developed a portal for them. You know that it was in the news for severe floods year after year, and then we have developed a portal and provided information. On the northeastern side, we have state of Nagaland, disaster management. We have taken us on board, and for the last about 6-7 years with them, giving the information to them. Okay. This is regarding what our experience was there. We have with the state of Maharashtra has taken us on board. State of, as I said, Nagaland, Kerala. We do a lot of things for Maharashtra, definitely. Okay, and then similarly others. Paucity of time, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GP Sharma sir.
Any questions?
Wonderful presentation. I would like to invite now Miss Mackenzie Gordon. She is actually solution engineer tomorrow.io. She specializes on multi-hazard meteorological and hydrological solutions. Her presentation briefly describes implementation of impact-based multi-way alert early warning system and hydrometeorological disaster risk reduction. Thank you.
My name is Mackenzie Bowden. I am from Tomorrow. If you are trying to place my accent, I actually flew in from the United States, specifically Texas. So that's where my southern accent is coming from. So I'm just going to give you an overview, and I'll keep this succinct because I know I'm standing between us and lunch. So tomorrow, what are we? We are a weather intelligence company. We were originally created to help mitigate climate mitigation. And what we do is take weather intelligence data to make it into operation decisions. So we want to help you forecast to a better response plan. So we are actually partnered with multiple companies, to include Google, Zomato, Ziggy, other companies, and we also have a presence in Bangalore, New Delhi, and Mumbai. Apologize, this is actually not the correct presentation. Sorry about that. Okay, so for that slide. All right, so tomorrow companies, it's basically 3 sectors that we are working in. So we are focused in space, weather, and then our IO. So our user interface, that can be our application, our API, or our platform. And basically we're packaging data that government can use, but that's not where we stop. We're actually using innovation with our proprietary models to basically leverage everything that what's available in the public and then just expand upon all of that by putting our own innovation on it. So we want to be able to control the accuracy that's going into our platform. So we know models require current and historical state of the atmosphere. And so what we want to do is initialize and calibrate and do all of that for what we need for observations. So as you can see here, basically we're taking models and observations and we're putting in different regions of models, either global as well as public data. We're putting it through our machine learning engine, and then we're able to disseminate that through our platform, our web app, and our API. So let's get into our modeling. So when you look at our platform and our API, so you can see, well, first that we're able to take in 2.5 times more traditional observations than most places are able to take in. And when you look at the picture on the right, basically if you pick a point location on the map, we have global coverage, you're able to see specifically a time series of what you're looking at. So that's the bottom forecast line that you'll see in that picture. And the models are actually running at hourly data versus like the typical 3 hours that you might get. So what we do is we try and fill in the gaps where we need to with that real-time data. So this is our model stack view, and as you see, we're bringing in proprietary data as well as third-party observations. So we're able to do a historical forecast, which is anything greater than a year. We're bringing in our unified precipitation model as well as nowcast and real-time data. So that's going to be out to the next 6 hours. And then anything 6 hours plus, we're going to use our CBAM and one forecast or our 1F. And basically why we're trying to improve model performance is because we want to give you one seamless view. So we're going to blend all the models together so that way when you're actually looking at the platform, you're not seeing all these segregated model data or anything like that. It's one view. You can see what's going on with accuracy for the first 6 hours and then every hour forward from that. So our unified precipitation. So this is our real-time nowcasting capabilities. Basically, nowcasting is our most accurate form in the analysis state because that's where we're measuring precipitation in the moment. So we're going to stitch together the radar and satellite data so that way we can have a seamless look. So what's coming into our nowcast? We are taking in ground radar where we have it available. We're going to take in our satellite constellation that I'll get a little bit more into in a little bit. We're going to take in geostationary data and be able to convert that into precipitation data and roll all of that into our unified precipitation model. So our CBAM model, that is our bespoke model that we are creating. This is essentially a high-resolution, rapid refresh model that we're able to deploy all across the world. This really has a sweet spot of 1 to 2 day ranges. So anything past that 6 hours, we would use unified precipitation for those first 6 hours. And then after that, we can start incorporating our CBAM. So we're using this with our numerical weather model prediction models that's able to get 3 kilometers of resolution globally. And then when we run our CBAM, we're actually able to do that in super regions. And when we have it deployed in super regions, we can actually personalize what region we're going to deploy this at, so that way we can downscale the data for these complex terrains down to 1 kilometer resolution. So as you see here, we do have India as one of our super regions that we have deployed. So for hydrology. So with our CBAM, we're also going into hydrology. So we're bringing in cloud native technology that we can overlay on top of our API and deploy this across any region. So this is going to help take in any stream flow, pluvial, fluvial, all of that, and make it into our CBAM hydro model. We also have our proprietary flood index. So what we're doing is trying to leverage stream flow data worldwide and incorporate it into our platform and our models. So you can see here, this is just a depiction of what happened in Africa with our flood data. Our flood index was able to pick up the areas that would have been under watch or anything like that, and we compared it to another forecasting system, what they were able to pick up, and ours was able to pick up a little bit more than that. So our flood index is on a range from 1 to 5. 1 being it's a low flood risk, 5 being catastrophic. So all of this is basically, it's taking in precipitation intensity, its amount, stream flow, all that is rolled into one data layer. And so we're able to calculate any area that's under potential impact of flooding. This is just an image of how we actually, the Israel Climate Intelligence Portal, they took our data and they were able to lay it on top of their current portal. So we're able to do that and basically kind of webhook on top of existing systems. All right, 1F. So 1F is one forecast. We're using machine learning for that. So when you hear the term machine learning, think learning from data using mathematics and science processes, not robots coming from the future or anything like that, okay? So it's very, very concise data that we're using. It is a machine learning ensemble-based forecast, and it's going to give us a probabilistic outcome, basically. So this is going to sit on top of our NWP models, and what we're going to do is we're going to learn from the biases in the data, and we're going to train against those errors so that way we can improve the data. That way we can give the best outcome forecasts as well as any uncertainties that were presented. So you'll actually be able to see both. You'll be able to see, hey, this is most likely what's going to happen. And then also, if those uncertainties did happen, this is what the uncertainties would be. This is just a timeline of kind of how all of our models run together. So as you can see, our nowcast is very accurate for those first 6 hours. Even though we're running them all at the same time, CBAM kind of takes over after that 6 hours, and that's that 1 to 2 day sweet spot. And then our 1F is actually running in parallel to all of this and able to give us that greater time range. All right, our satellite constellation. So we are actually, this is a key component to our solutions going forward because our satellite constellation is going to help with all types of terrain that either in remote locations or in mountainous areas that we just don't have coverage today. So what we're doing is we're launching 30 satellites with a combination of radars and microwave soundings. We're having our first satellite launch in the next couple of weeks. And what we're going to be able to do is we're going to have a high revisit rate without having to involve ground-based radars to fill in that gap of coverage that we might not have. So it is a combination, again, of radars and microwave sounders, and they're going to complement each other to be able to fill in those gaps. So right now, the only way we can see precipitation is with ground-based radars or with temperature chops. So when visible rays are looking into the top of the cloud, they're only monitoring that temperature. They're not actually seeing the inside measurement of precipitation. So with the combination of microwave sounders and the radars, we're actually going to be able to look under the hood and actually get a combination of that so that way we can measure the actual precipitation that's going to happen. So this is going to help with cloudbursts, with all this flooding, any potential impact that precip might have. We're going to be able to have that early warning alert. And again, this is going to help. Instead of having a 3 to 4 day revisit rate, we're going to be able to do this hourly and change exactly where we want to look and point these satellites at in the world. So this is just a visual of the type of observations our radars and microwave sounders are going to present. So as you see in the middle, we're trying really hard to help with real-time disaster warnings. So what we do with all of this data is we roll it into our platform. So we want to be able to give you early warning as much as possible. So what we do is we take an operation plan that you might have for your agency or anything like that. We'll make and build these insights built off your specific weather threshold. So if you know it's going to flood in one specific area after it receives 2 inches of rain, we'll build that out into our logic. And then we'll assign it to that location. And if it's going to happen or has the potential of happening, you'll get that alert. And this is just an overview of everything in our platform. So the top right, you can see this is our map view. So you see the point location on the map and then the forecast timeline. You can change that weather parameter. It doesn't have to just be precipitation. We have over 30 types of parameters that you can input, whether it's rain, temperature, cloud type, anything like that. The top left is our Insight dashboard. So all of these are completely customizable for every type of agency or response plan that you think you might need it for. That way you can see exactly what location is going to be impacted by that weather phenomenon. And then our bottom 2 pictures, these are just depictions of actual flood alerts that have happened on happened in the platform and then sub-districts. Thank you all for listening to me today. And if you have any questions, please come to me or my colleague Kumar, and we can answer any of those.
Thank you very much. Yeah, then we can have some questions. Because only that first 2 speakers, the questions are given to the first 2 speakers. If anybody wants to ask any questions to the other speakers, 4 speakers. Any questions for the other 4 speakers? Yeah, please. Yeah, please, you can take it.
No issue. See, in the diet, there is national agencies are available for disseminating through apps various warnings. See, for a normal citizen, it is not possible to have various apps for the various warnings. For him, it's a disaster. Today maybe lightning may be there, tomorrow maybe earthquake may be there, someday maybe flood may be there, another day maybe rain may be there. It should be single app. And not only app, not only SMS, now we should try the WhatsApp. NDM is the right agency, and all agencies should.
Yes, we understand that, for each and every severe weather, you cannot have different app unless it is a focus somebody wants to do it. IMD, that MOSA map which is there, it is covering entire scenario of the weather, number 1, sir. Damini is made especially for the lightning related activity. It's a very specialized app. Otherwise, MOSAM which is there, it is something which is covering entire this thing. But at the same time, just last week only we had a meeting at the headquarters. We are going to make a unified app. Already the trial demo is already been made, and hopefully we should come out with that also. We respect your suggestion also. Thank you very much.
And this sending SMS to CAP, see, I am from DOT. See, now we should try to push the message through WhatsApp.
Yes, I'll tell you, sir. This also I'll tell. About 3-4 years back, India Meteorological Department has gone with the full force in the social media. We have the social media consultant hired in our office also and in ministry also, which is taking care of all the social media activity, number 1. Number 2, we have got maybe more than 50,000 WhatsApp group all over the country which are connected to the agriculture, which are connected to the farmer, which are connected to the disaster manager, stakeholder. Every state Met Office has at least 2 or 3 depending upon the application of the WhatsApp group. These WhatsApp groups are there. We are on the Twitter, we are there on the Instagram, we are on their Facebook, and I think whatever is possible. This is number 1. At the same time, we are also there on the ordinary SMS also, because many times people may not have the smartphone. So ordinary is also there. Another thing we are having a tie-up with some of the companies where the audio SMS also is going to come, because sometimes some people may not be able to read it. Audio will help them. So this is happening in the new app that is coming.
Sir, my question for WhatsApp.
WhatsApp is we are full, sir. More than 50,000 WhatsApp.
So even for the continuing in this one, the Damini app is now available. Damini app is there, as well as we are now trying to send that SMS also all the registered mobile users. So we will be sending the SMS. So that SMS will be that particular region only. So the person is in the particular place. So whether that particular place, it will take the GPS of the particular person, and then that only the SMS will come. There is no need for the app to be covered.
IMDS 1 year back we have started. Especially I have some statistics. It is there in my slide also. In the severe weather, the millions of SMS have gone through that particular application, Common Alert Protocol. Only the SMS I am talking. So when the severe weathers are there are million SMS, lakhs of SMS are being sent by IMD, and that is also to a localized focused group where this particular event is likely to affect. Yes, we agree, as told in my talk also, that yes, a long way to go so that everyone will get this type of messages. But this is what I wanted to say.
Actually,
any other questions?
Just I want to add here, sir.
You are from BSNL.
I am from DOT, Telecom.
So dissemination is their part in fact. So you can suggest.
I was saying SMS. I'm not saying. I'm saying WhatsApp should be there.
WhatsApp group, how many group we can create?
See, it is common.
It should reach to everyone.
See.
Just a minute. Actually, the solution is that because the role of alerting agencies are different and the role of the dissemination agencies are different. So the solution is the cell broadcast system, because this is the only thing going on in the lots of the West countries in the US. So we require the cell broadcast system so that we don't need any kind of the dependability of the such kind of the software or any kind of the application. So we are talking with the DOT also, and I think very soon you find that the CBS system is also in place here. So don't require any kind of the multiple systems are required. Now my question is to the tomorrow.io again, because you are saying that your resolution of this data is 3 kilometers. So how accuracy in the hilly terrain basically, because the 3 kilometer by 3 kilometer in the hills are sometimes very different. So it is the aerial kind of the thing, or the valley wise, because in the Himalayas, each valleys are different. So how accurate is your model, but you are talking about the uncertainties. So without taking into consideration of these uncertainties, we cannot make the right forecasting or the right prediction. So how your models are accurate on the such kind of the terrains? So this is one of the questions regarding this your solution.
Yeah, so for this 3 kilometer, that's just the generic resolution that we have for those longer range models. Once we deploy our CBAM, we're actually able to hone in if you have a specific area. So if it is the Himalayas or anything like that, we can tailor that resolution down to 1 kilometers. But the difference is when we don't have, we need to be told what specific area to hone in on. Otherwise, it's very broad data. So that's why it's a little bit broader for that 3 kilometers, if that makes sense. So everywhere globally, we're getting 3 kilometers. But when we do have a specific area, we can change the models and make it more focused to get that higher resolution that you're looking for.
Another question is like you are assimilating the different kind of the models, the Indian models also, the global models also. So how you can make these kind of the changes, weightage of the different kind of the model, because it's very important. The ground data is also very much important while you are assimilating the different kind of the models. So, is any kind of this machine learning or AI-based technique we are using to assimilating this kind of the different models?
You spoke a little bit too fast for me on that. Do you mind repeating that?
Thank you. You are not understand my question?
You're speaking a little too fast for me.
Okay. My question is regarding, because you are using a different kind of the models. Okay. Some of the Indian models, the regional models you are using. Some of the global models also you are using. So my question is that by assimilating the different kind of the models, like the global models, Indian models, the regional models. So how you are assimilating the different models and what kind of a weightage? Because the weightage is very much required. The ground data is also very much important. Like the IMD is doing long, I think 100 year back, different kind of the ground data we have. So how you are making the accuracy of your models using different these source model, and the weightage is very important. So are you using any artificial intelligence or machine learning while you are giving us some weightage of the different? This is my question.
How many you are combining all the model and making a final forecast?
Yep. So that a lot of that has to do with our machine learning on the back end. And so if we don't have data for a specific region or area, and it's just something that's outside of our coverage, we will party with a third party. If they have either ground radars that are already existing, we can ingest that data. If it's public information that we don't have access to yet, we'll take in that data. If it's private data, anything like that, we'll go and find the data to fill in those gaps if we don't have it. But basically, with our machine learning algorithms in the background, it does everything in the background to make it seamless on the front end. So you're not seeing all those different sources coming in. So you're just seeing one source as the final resolution to have that one source of truth.
Okay.
Any other questions?
What is the processing capacity and capacity for processing this system?
I can find out that answer for you and get back to you. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Meantime, I think what better from Ministry of Science is having.
We are having actually in our office 2.8 and in IITM it is 4.
Private agency can acquire this type of things and global data, how they get?
You can, yes. As a private agency, yes.
How? Because as on date, it is the national agencies which are having the operation network, whole network. Private agency is very few. So how you get the acquire the data?
I honestly will work with them if it's someone that's already, if it's a client that knows they need that agency. Basically, we'll just work with them, create an agreement to either buy their data from them, or if it's shared somehow, there's an agreement made. That's a little bit outside of my expertise.
Between the government agency and the state disaster management.
Yeah, and if we need data segmentation or anything like that, that's conversations we'll have with them too. If they don't want it publicly made or anything like that, like we can make it data segmentation. So only specific data is seen by certain agencies or anything like that. So those are deeper conversations, a little bit outside of my expertise. We'd have to bring in our science team and our product team to be able to actually fill in the background of all of that.
One more question. Last. Then we can conclude the session. So there were 6 presentations in the session, and various aspects of the hydrometeorological forecasting is covered in this section. So including my talk. So the first talk was by myself, and I described about our capabilities on the numerical weather forecasting. Of course, it's a model, what all models we are having and its capabilities. And the second presentation was on and it is the NWP capabilities. If you see it, we are par with any other world leading centers. And the second one was especially the flood forecasting, flood observing networks. So Dr. Rajesh Kumar gave that presentation, and the third presentation was about the IMD's capabilities with respect to the observing network and the different forecasting activities, especially over this region. So there are lot of gap areas in the observing network. We have to have more surface in situ observations and the radar observations over this region. It is required, very much required. So to fill the gaps, and that Dr. Gopalakrishnan talked about the Damini app and the Lightning network, which we are having. Again, this Lightning also, it is more sensors may be required over this region. And there are two presentations from the private sector, these from the SkyMet, and the SkyMet, especially the risk management and those aspects were covered in the SkyMet presentation, and the Tomorrow.io, their capabilities on the observing network, including the satellite observations, their separate network of satellite observations they mentioned. So plus the nowcasting onwards, the different models and their applications in the AML and all, the production of the forecast, those aspects were discussed. I think you want to talk anything? Yeah. Thank you very much. And there were many questions also. So I hope that the the presentations were useful to the audience, and thank you very much.
Thank you all the speakers for the session, and the session was really knowledgeable. Now, I would like to request Dr. Tanjeem Ali, Finance Controller USDMA, to present memento to the respected chairperson of the session, Dr. John P. George, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. P. Shrodella, Executive Director USDMA, to present memento respected Rajesh Kumar sir, co-chairperson of the session. I would like to request Dr. Grishan Joshi, Senior DRM Expert, USDMA, to present a memento Rajesh Kumar sir. I would like to request Dr. Ruchika Tandon, Senior Geologist, ULMC, to present memento respected Shri V. Gopalakrishna sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Rahul Jugran, in charge SCOC, to present memento to respected AVM GPM Shah. Now, I would like to request Dr. Grishan Joshi to present memento Ms. Kenzie Bowden. I would like to request Dr. Ruchika Tandon to present memento Shri K.S. Hoslekar sir. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the meal time now. I would like to request all our guests to move towards the corridor. Lunch is waiting for you outside. We will resume here 2:30. Enjoy your meal. Thank you.
So
We are solution providers. You heard one of them. And then the other is coming.
Oh, you have to that communication, that last person.
The private sector. Possible. That is possible. So under the collaboration, you are a university, right? So if you are a university, under that collaboration, you can get access to the data as well as the
What are the
anything. I mean, study different other parameters including soil versus soil temperature. And maybe a similar thing they can do at a much less cost actually. Per company. Yeah, because they also get access to government audit. You have to audit. So they have IB.
GS kind of platform.
Yeah. What are you? And IB, right? These are so all of these tomorrow what are you?
So maybe we can have some students who can be
So we have this is our center.
Yeah, we can share emails.
Yes. फोटोज होगा बस कार्ड डिटेल्स कार्ड नंबर
Attention everyone, we are going to start our technical session exactly at 2:30. So we have only 10 minutes time.
Hello. I request all delegates to please join here, and if you have not taken your lunch, so please finish it as fast as possible, because in this hall we have two further presentation on the early warning and forecasting. Another present, the coming up session is on the landslide early warning. And after that, the high hazard mountain, avalanche and drought related early warnings. So I request all to please seated in this hall, and also who are interested on the GIS and its related applications. So they all are requested to join with the hall number 2. So please come as soon as possible, because we have a very limited time. So otherwise the time will be extended up to the beyond this session. So we cannot want that. We don't want that this session will be go to the till the time of the another session. Thank you very much.
First, no? দেখি আগে ভালো লাগছে তারপরে ডিসেম্বর একটা ল্যান্ডস্লাইড ওপেন করবেন নিশ্চয়ই স্পিকার অনলি নাইস গুড স্পিকার ওয়ার্কশপ নো আদার প্রেজেন্টেশন টেকনিক্যাল
স্যার যেমন আমরা সিরোপেটের যে সব প্রিন্সিপালটা আশেপাশেই আছে আপনার হ্যাঁ স্যার ওটা আপনি তাদেরকে একটা করাতেই পারেন এরকম হয়নি উত্তরাখণ্ডে আমার তো মনে পড়ে পিওরলি ল্যান্ডস্লাইডের উপর টেকনিক্যাল
একটা করেছিলাম 2011 না ধরনটা আলাদা
ভরসা করা যায় না আজকে আপনাকে ব্যাক আপ করবে কালকে রোল ব্যাক
জানেন না ল্যান্ডস্লাইড
ক্যাচি ওয়ার্ডস বলে নিতে হবে থাকতে হবে করার ক্ষমতা রয়েছে কি স্যার সিও ওয়াইজ ডাইরেক্টলি ওয়াইজ ইভেন ওয়ার্ক ম্যাস তো আপনার পাওয়ার একটু বেশি দেখাতে লোকে গেছে কিন্তু আপনি বলুন না স্টেট নোটিস বলে যেরকম বলবে সেরকম কোনো স্বাধীনতা নেই স্যার কিন্তু আমরা অনেক রকম মুখ করি
প্রবলেম হচ্ছে ওরা আবার এক্সপেক্ট করে আমাদের কাছে প্রবলেম ওতে পাওয়ারটা একবার গাড়িতে চাপা পড়তে ঢুকে একবার যতক্ষণ মানে
চলছে
মানে গাড়িতে বসার আগে অর্ডার হয়ে যায়
ঠিক ঠিক
সিঁড়ি দিয়ে নাম যতক্ষণ গাড়ি স্টার্ট থাকে মানে সামনে স্টার্ট করা যাচ্ছে
এসিও
হ্যাঁ এসিও আমি দেখছি তো যখন আগে করে গাড়ি বেরোবার আগে এত তাড়াতাড়ি কী করে চলে হ্যাঁ ফটকা চাকরি করতে গেলাম যাবো করছে হঠাৎ গায়ে মানে হ্যাঁ চলে গেল তারপরে দেখছি গাড়িটা অন আছে মানে আর ধরা যাবে না আর ওই যে ক্যাম্পাস আছে সেক্রেটারি ওখানে অনেকগুলো অফিস আছে নিজের অফিস থেকে ওখানে অফিস 500 মিটার হয় না ওরা ওদের চলে যাবে, ধরো আমি তো ওখানে যেতে আমার ঘরে যেতে হবে, ও তো 2 মিনিটে পৌঁছে যাবে, আমি তো হেঁটে আমার তো 5 মিনিট লাগে, ও ওটাতেই যাবে। এমনি আগে আমাদের যেমন হয় না, ওদের হেঁটে হেঁটে গেল, রোজ ভালো বাইরে কথা বলতে গেল, ওইসব নেই, মজাটাও আলাদা, এটা ওদের নেই। এই জিনিসটা খুব মিস হয়, যেমন স্টুডেন্টের সাথে একটা রিলেশন, কথাবার্তা ভালো, একটু লাইট ফুটে কথা, এইভাবে।
ও শুনুন না কি ইয়ে স্যার,
আরে ও তো কাজ হয়ে গেছে, ও আরও কাজ করতে গেছে, ও এখন আরও দিয়ে নিয়ে সব স্যাম্পল নিয়ে এসে ও আবার স্টেবিলিটি অ্যানালিসিসে ঢুকে গেছে।
পিডিএফে করবে, চাকরি করবে, আমি তো
বললাম যে বললে অনেকগুলো রাস্তা খুলে যাবে, ডোন্ট ওয়েস্ট ইউর টাইম।
বাইরে
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, না এবারে বাস করে করা যাচ্ছে, কাজ করতে
ফলো করতে চাই।
রেজাল্ট আর না, ও মানে ইন্টেন্সিটি ব্রেক করে তাহলে সয়াল মাছটা কীভাবে কাজ নিয়ে সেটাকে স্টেবিলিটি শিখিয়েছে, তো এখন জিওটেকনিক্যালটা শিখে ও নিজের হাতে স্যাম্পল বানাচ্ছে, নিজেদের টেস্ট করতে, নিজেরা সবটা লেবারের কাজটা নিজে করছে, তাতে ওটা সেলফ কনফিডেন্সটা খুব বেশি হয়ে গেছে।
অ্যাসেট টু
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, এখন ও আর কাউকে দরকার নেই যে এটা কী করে শিখতে যায় খুব বেশি না, সেই জন্য খুব তাড়াতাড়ি শিখে যায়। আমরা কোনো কোনো হয় না, আরে ঠিক আছে করে দেয় এটা, সব জিনিসটা নিতে হয়। তো এখনও অ্যাজ এ স্টুডেন্ট অফ জিওগ্রাফি জিওটেকনিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ার শিখেছে, আর তাদের সফটওয়্যারও চালাচ্ছে,
আস্তে শিখে এসে সবই করছে। না না, খুব ভালো চলছে স্যার, ওকে একটু ভালো জায়গায় পুশ করে দিয়েছে, রিজার্ভ করে সবই সব জায়গায় যাবে স্যার।
আচ্ছা
We are soon going to start this technical session. Please make comfortable yourself and please be seated, maintain silence. There is some parallel session in hall number 2. So I request all the presenter of second hall number 2, Dr. Harish Chandra, Dr. Sushil Gupta, Dr. Aniruddha Roy, Mr. Mr. Vinod Mishra and Ms. Ditmala Kumari. They must have to go to, yes, in hall number 2nd. Don't be seated here, otherwise you will be in problem. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. Now we are entering in the second technical session of today's program, which is based on landslide monitoring and early warning. The chairperson for this session is Dr. Somanlal Chaturaj, scientist, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, and co-chairperson is Dr. Hemlata, because due to some unseen reason, the Professor Balaji Hariharan could not be reached here. So instead of Professor Balaji Hariharan, the presentation will be given by some other team member. She is Dr. Hemlata from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeeth. I request both of them to kindly take your seat on dais. Chairperson and co-chairperson. Dr. Somanlal Chaturaj and Dr. Hemlata. We will have 3 presentations in this technical session. The third speaker name is, apart from the chairperson and co-chairperson, the third speaker name is Dr. Girish Jain from Meeting. So, may I have Dr. Girish Jain on dais? I need not to tell about any rules, but just formality. Each presenter will be allotted 20 minutes time, out of which 15 minutes is given for presentation and 5 minutes for their query. If any presenter, they just cross the limit, okay? If they have just crossed the limit and give their presentation for 20 minutes, then the query will be at last stage, not in the middle of any presentation. So, moving towards our first lecture, I would like to add one more thing, that at last the chairperson and co-chairperson will conclude the session after all the 3 presentations. So, moving towards the first lecture, may I invite our first speaker, Dr. S.L. Chaturaj from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, and the topic of his presentation is Role of Emerging Earth Observation-Based Technology and Numerical Simulation in Landslide Studies.
It's a real pleasure for me to be here. Thank you. I thank the organizers for inviting me in this session. So, as discussed, we'll have questions after the conclusion and before the conclusion of the session at the end. So, we have 3 presentations in this session. First 2 will have 20 minutes each, and the last one is perhaps scheduled for 30 minutes. Okay. So, let us begin with the first one. I was expecting only a handful of audience, but I see large number. I believe they are really honest enough to attend this, as because they are interested in learning, knowing more about landslides. So thank you for being here after lunch also, after this sumptuous lunch I made. So straight away, I am going to take you to analysis of landslides from a different perspective from what we see in ISRO from using our own satellite data. Not all, other foreign satellite data also. So it's based on the emerging Earth observation techniques and numerical simulations that perhaps I have been doing here for last 10 years or so. At the outset, I would like to inform that why this is important. We share 16% of the rainfall triggered landslide in global scenario, 16% in global. And then 1.7 lakh people suffer due to only because of landslides. 150-200 crores every year the loss is in terms of findings. And that basically is due to these reasons. Western Himalaya consisting of Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir. These states are particularly important. We don't speak about the legacy because of the time constraint. IRS as such, Industrial Remote Sensing as such, has been contributing in this field for the last 30 years. Several atlases have been prepared, and because the institute, IRS is perhaps older than ISRO as a body. So that time it was a part of Survey of India, then it became an autonomous body of ISRO somewhere in 2009-2008. Okay. So some thoughts how best the remote sensing technology can be utilized. There are some orthodox techniques we know. It's mainly caters to mapping, monitoring, and modeling. But what beyond that we can do? So in my slides, I'm going to emphasize on the advancement that we really see we want to employ for landslide studies. This includes UAV-based technologies, wherein I put my sensor in the UAV. Often it is required, because of the field study, often it is required to integrate with geophysical investigations. So be it GPR, be it resistivity, be it seismic, shallow seismic, all these are to be integrated with remote sensing for better identification, better detection of landslides. So from IRS, we basically, our mainstay has been the landslide hazard donation preparation, the mapping part, then threshold preparation, about the rainfall. IRS has focused the case studies from different parts of Alaknanda and Bhagirathi, developed ID equation, intensity, duration of rainfall, and threshold 1 to 10. I will explain what these are. Then, personally, I see to this process-based physical modeling and simulation. There are numerical simulation modeling, because hazard donation we are done with that. Last 30 years we have been doing, and what beyond hazard donation? So that is how we have chosen this particular field, where physical-based modeling and simulation are involved, which are numerical, which is physics, mathematics-based, and that's how it is objective. To start with, all of us, we know that using satellite imagery, if we want to deal with the landslide, we have to start with an inventory. So it's active polygons basically. Recently, we have been awarded a project, we call it MHM by USDMA only. And one result I am presenting here, where 149 landslides in this study area in Mandakini Valley, we have, there is post 21 rainfall, monsoon. This has been prepared, and simultaneously we keep on doing the hazard map, the vulnerability map, and the risk map. Very clearly we need to understand what these maps are while dealing with satellite data. Vulnerability will be mostly dealing to your elements present. So whichever is at stake, be it building, be it cropland, agricultural land, all that we put in vulnerability. Susceptibility on the other hand basically tells about the positive factors. What makes my piece of land susceptible to landslide? Geology, geomorphology, your structure, soil, land use, land cover, everything put together. And then if I take cues from both these, what I get is risk. But risk is not limited to only susceptibility and vulnerability. We have to take care of the exposure. The people who are living there, them, and obviously factor of safety. So this I am skipping because due to constraint of time. The main part that I will focus is the debris flow. They are basically very fast moving liquefied landslides. And debris flow is a part of landslide. Landslide as such is an umbrella term, it's a big term. And we often call it a landslide, but particularly there are many more classes, subdivision in between, and debris flow is just one of them. Debris flow is a mixture of rock and debris, and lot many water is there, available there. Why it is important, we have to understand we are within the ambit of the Himalayan fault system, all surrounded by the fault system. So it's seismically very active, and every year we have tropical monsoon. That's what I'm telling. The evolution of research on landslide, especially taking cues from satellite data, has moved beyond simply making hazard donation. We have to do now cater to the modeling part. The modeling can be predictive, can be post facto. Post facto modeling is something that we have to first do to understand the things, to understand how good my model is, and then I project this onto the newer areas for a predictive perspective, using numerical methods, so mainly using the physics of that. That's why it is objective, and national events of national importance are something that is to be modeled by these kind of simulation. The day has come. It unearths the positive factors. The runout zone of the future potential flow as well can be detected. Now, for doing this kind of analysis, any modeling, numerical modeling, we need to start with the DEM, digital elevation model. Few of them are spatial resolution wise, they're quite good, but they're not free. You have to understand the limitation of this. And not free, there are many agencies, private agencies also are involved here. So they may be understanding. It's very easy to tell that we go for the final resolution, spatial resolution data. We obtain very good spatial resolution data from foreign bodies. It's really difficult. At the same time, it's really costly, really costly. What are the free sources then? We can start with the SRTM 30 meter, and then Cartosat obviously is 10 meter, available with us, NRC. Allows pulsar is 12.5 meter. That is something that we work with, and that is completely free. So this 12.5 meter product, any of us can download and start working on the 3D modeling part. Then obviously if we have something ground-based like TLS using LIDAR or UAV drone-based one, spatial resolution is too much, but then again the deployment is costly and data perhaps costly. At the same time, you require very high-end softwares, high-end computers to handle this. If you want to open a UV drone-based DEM in a normal PC4 model, it will take a lot of time. Machine will hang. These are real problems that we need to understand. At least you need a workstation, good workstation, to deal with the UV DEM data. The physics part of this, I'm not going into detail of that. There's basically a tug of war between the mg sin theta, the weight part of that, and the friction involved. So if the friction wins, it will stable. If mg sin theta, the moment it wins, there will be landslide happening. This kind of result is something that we produce at the end, where this is from the Kaliaswar landslide close to Srinagar town in Garhwal, where we see, a novice worker, suppose tomorrow a student starts working on SRTM or allows pulsar DEM and gets the result like this. The data, the output is not correct. See, the model output has crossed the river, it has come that side. So this kind of thing will keep on happening. This is how exactly it is restricted. If we update our model, it will be restricted to this domain only, and the road, basically, at the road you will be able to know 4 physical parameters: the height, velocity, pressure, and momentum. At any point you click, you will get to know the variation of height, pressure, momentum, and velocity. So suppose something happens here tomorrow, then how much height the material is coming with, that is known. If that is known, then simple, I can put a membrane, I can put a wall so that it digests the initial thrust of the material that is coming down. These are 3D simulations of Uttarakhand town and of Uttarakhand. Old slides, incidents have been quite old in time. Kedarnath, I was scared that do I show the Kedarnath result, because now I felt that Mananiya Mukhyamantri ji is taking cues, referring to Kedarnath, because there is something that Uttarakhand has learned a lesson from. So we also did the Kedarnath, analyzed it, but our story is slightly different than what you have seen in those normal broadcasting like Nat Geo and others. What we postulate is that water was available there because of flash flood and all that, but water was not that much so that it created this much of devastation. In our story that's published in Natural Hazards Journal, we postulated that the debris flows that we can locate using satellite images, they were among the main culprits that basically blocked this, and the river had to take another path which perhaps had to go through the heart of the then Kedarnath city, town. So that's how, at least in the Kedarnath town, the devastation was that much. So these are the results, and at any point, you are supposed to get to know the height and the velocity due to that particular debris flow. Mind it, the debris flow 1, that is lying slightly upstream of Kedarnath, is 1.5 kilometer in length. Such big landslides, such big debris flow. How can we just forget their role in any kind of catastrophe like this? This is something that we have produced from Allospulsar and UAV, just for a comparison how best I can get the same results if I use the UAV based DEM. And we have seen Sabeen Bansal sir was involved while we have done this, and upon his request only we have flown the UAV there and then got the results. What physically we go to field and measure there is exactly the same thing that matches with the model, but the model has to come from a UAV DEM. If you are using satellite based one, where the resolution is suppose 10 meter, then the results are not that good. Same thing, to understand the initiation process of landslides, our satellite images, how best we can use that. The initiation process where the scarp has just developed, or Cartosat 2 data is sufficient enough to tell you if there is a scarp. So the scarp is the first thing you detect. You run your GPR or IP estimate to get the slip surface. If you can get the slip surface data, at least you know how much material will be dislodged, and that gives you an estimation about, that helps you in remediation of the particular slide. There are many slides, I'm not going to describe all of them. Something we tried out of Himalaya, because Himalayan geology, we have seen the model works well. But what about the Sahyadri Hills, suppose Deccan basalt? Do our models act the same way? We have seen that Malin landslide that happened in 2014, typical weathered basalt, and we have successfully got the results. This is the town, Malin town. This is from our old lease-for data, ISRO's data. And you see how best we can see the landslide. This is just from mapping. The results, typical results are here, the model results. Similarly, we have done in Tangni. Okay, we have limitations. Numerical simulation derived models neither consider side channel contributions nor assimilation. So basically, if a flow is there had to be side channel contribution, and there will be in-root erosion also. That basically increases the mass. If the mass increases, MV also increases, it will impact the velocity, everything. So that's how we have to be cautious. You probably will be asking that I have not considered any geotechnical constants there, used there. It's correct. The geology, geotechnical are to be incorporated in this kind of models. Simulated height and momentum, that's what we have been calculating here, are to be considered on a lower limit because of this. As for the rainfall threshold, we keep on doing the 15-day, 5-day antecedent rainfall and the intensity duration thresholds, and can able to tell you this can be satellite based, this can be AWS based, no problem. Nowadays, we don't have to depend on C or TRMM data that is 0.25 by 0.25 degree. So we have charged data that is 0.05 by 0.05 degree rainfall data is available. So from this kind of finer spatial resolution rainfall data, your rainfall thresholds, that's the lower limit you draw, and beyond that, you have a particular number of landslides happening. We can come up this kind of results with the moment my resolution is better, the results will be also better. What are the take-home points from this? Most landslides in Uttarakhand, now we need to understand, they have a major debris flow component. It's not simple landslide. Whether the debris flow are there or no, because they are really, they make a difference. Landscape hazard evaluation sensitivity mapping aided by Earth observation-based techniques and analysis of geoengineering aspect has led to damage assessment till date. But beyond that, also comprehensive analysis of landslide. If we want to do as on date, we need to incorporate the simulations, numerical simulations specially. And we have seen that post-factor predictive modeling using this kind of simulations are quite okay. Of late, leader-based TLS or UAV have been employed in a large extent to get final resolution data and thus to improve the simulation results. Future potential flows in case of a big landslide, big debris flow, where repeated flows are happening, that can be detected. So my last slide, in a nutshell, what I have been doing here, what I have described here, what I understand is that landslide, please understand, is a natural process. It is a proxy by which it tells that Mother Nature is asking for remediation. It's a natural process like any other earthquake, like tsunami, like volcano. We want it or not, the slope is ultimately destined to reach equilibrium. Like the universe will reach the entropy at some point of time in the future. So that's how the penetration always keep on happening, and landslide will keep on happening. Landslide had been there before the humankind arrived on this earth, and will be there after we go. So they are a part of us. That is why I request you, do not demonize landslides. Landslide rakshas nahi hai. Let's understand the emotion. So we have to get the vital statistics. What is there? I define it as a top list. To me, the top list is, there are 5 factors only. The topography, PO. P is my pore water pressure. Li is the lithology of the rock type. S stands for structure, and T for the trigger. If we can catch hold of these 5, I can understand. We do not need many advanced techniques to be employed. First, these 5 things are to be understood in substantially the best you can, and then the landslide can be understood, their emotions can be understood in a best way. So if I am a landslide, suppose I am a landslide, I have happened now, and remedial measures were there. What will immediately happen? I will disappear. I improve myself. I return back and shock everyone again. That keeps on happening with any landslide. So if we want to do something with landslide, let us stop when it is dormant, when it is silent. The moment it goes into silence, then also we should allocate our funds, our emotion, our intelligence, our techniques, whatever is there. When even it is silent, the study should not stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your research with us. Your presentation was full of enthusiasm and zeal, and I personally liked it very much. May I now invite on stage the next speaker, Dr. Hemlata from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapita. The topic of the presentation is AI-enabled multi-hazard early warning system for Uttarakhand. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Dr. Hemlata. I'm from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapitam. Our university is led by world-renowned humanitarian leader, Mata Amritanand Maideli. And this research, especially on landslides, is led by Dr. Manisha, and I'm here to represent her. And the previous presentation was so good. The speaker very rightly pointed out that landslide is not a Rakshasa, but it was there before the mankind came into its existence. And but we shouldn't stop learning it. We should learn it, and people should be aware of where they are living. Are they living in a vulnerable area? And such things, such education and training is very much required. And I think if we all have that, then we won't be severely affected by landslides. So the presentation from Amrita is partly on these aspects too. We had been working with landslides for the past 15 years, and recently our team had visited Uttarakhand and several other landslide sites in India in the previous year, and we have proposed some solutions for Uttarakhand. So that's what we are going to present it today. As I said, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham is one of the Institute of Eminence in India, and we are the 125th rank in Asia, and we are the #1 private university in India, and we hold several other rankings, and we are accredited with NAC with A++, which is the highest ranking. And as I said before, the university's led by a Chancellor, Madam System. Our mission is education for education for living. So system, it's like we try to teach the culture-based education for living. So it's like the culture of the heart, and what we try to impart all the students, and the culture of the heart, that is what we try to impart. All the research that we do here are, and we also have compassion-driven research. All the research that we do here are providing the society or based on societal benefits. Okay, so I'll get into the presentation. So here, with respect to landslide, our vision is to do disaster risk reduction through real-time landslide monitoring and early warning systems integrated with co-designing community engagement programs. So it's a holistic end-to-end approach, right from studying the geology of the landslide and then finding out the vulnerable locations, deciding on which technology would be better suited for this particular landslide, and then monitoring, providing a real-time communication, and then data analysis, and after that followed by decision making, early warning, and then training the people, interacting with the people, engaging the community, asking them to know their own vulnerabilities, know their own risks, and then crowdsourcing from them, getting involving them through various apps to map the landslides, making them part of the landslide program itself, and then working with disaster management authorities and everything. It's like an end-to-end solution is what we are providing. I don't know how much I'll be able to cover in this 20 minutes time. I'll try to do a good job. So we have 2 real-time deployments, one in Western Ghats, Munnar, and then another in Sikkim, Himalayas. And we have more than 300 plus sensors deployed in both these locations. And we are getting continuous real-time data, and these data are used for early warning. So here are the study sites, one in Western Ghats and another in Sikkim, Himalayas. And this image is from Western Ghats. We have several columns, C1, C2, C3, etc. And there are many deep earth probes running inside these columns, and several sensors are installed. And these sensors sense the underground parameters and transmit the data in real time. And this site is from Sikkim, Himalayas. And so this is how it looks like. So deep earth probe runs inside the ground, and sensors like pore pressure, strain gauge which senses the movements, moisture sensor which measures moisture, geophone which measures vibration, and rain gauge which measures rainfall. All these multiple parameters are collected and wirelessly transmitted in real time. And here is how the system looks like. And this is a slide in which I can explain everything. So we have deep earth probes running inside, several sensors, and then they are wirelessly transmitted and then we have data analysis and such things, AI ML based models, and we have arrived at thresholds and such things. When a threshold crosses or when a decision model is functional, then we issue early warnings. And thanks to all the funding agencies, several government agencies had funded, and we were also part of European Commission funding and many international fundings. So here is a gist of our 15 years of research. And this project started in 2006, and then it was focused on mainly rainfall-induced landslides, and we have 2 large real-world deployments, and it is functional, and one in Himalayas and Western Ghats, and it is 24/7 operational, and we are focused on delivering reliable early warnings. I'll talk about that in one of the slides, and we are mainly focusing on artificial intelligence-based approaches, and we are able to give 24 hours ahead of warning, and multiple levels of spatial and temporal warnings, multiple type of landslides also monitoring, and then multiple scales, and we have 3 patents US and India, and then we have the first landslide laboratory too. And I invite Mr. Nitin to come and present the visits that they did in Uttarakhand.
So this visit was conducted as part of the NDB's mandate, where they had told us to visit various landscape sites in India and to find out how a system can be adapted so it can be applied to a broader spectrum of landscape types that we have observed in India. So as part of it, a team of 6 members were constituted from the university, mostly researchers and scientists. And we listed and we went and visited 70 landscapes all across India, that is in the Western Ghats area, as well as in the Himalayan belt, starting from Uttarakhand all the way to Meghalaya and Arunachal Pradesh. Our team was led by Dr. Manisha, as she has explained, and in Uttarakhand, the landscape sites we visited were 2 as suggested by USDMA. We focused on 2 sites, one in the Joshimet area, which is now controversial, and one is a classical case study that we all study, that is the Baliara landscape. So we were also assisted by some of the GSI members as well as members of the Uttarakhand government, such as Dr. D.S. Chand, Mr. Naveen Singh, and Dr. D.S. Sati. In the Joshimet area, these are the areas that we visited. One was Vishnu Prayag, Gandhinagar, Sunita, and Raini Village and NTPC Barracks. The Vishnu Prayag is towards the base of the top part of the slide. And in Vishnu Prayag, what we saw is that there was a large amount of flow from the Alaknanda basin, as a result of which the toe cutting happened, and as you can see over here, toe cutting happened and large landslides were happening along both banks of the river. And in the middle part, that is in the Gandhinagar, this is only one of the images that I am showing. It was all over the news. There are multiple places due to land subsidence. We can see cracks in the houses. This is just one of the places where we visited. There are approximately 40 to 50 houses that were in this similar condition at that point of time. In Crown region, we went to Suning village. There also we saw multiple slides and land subsidence. As a result of which these were taken in November, I guess, and then by January the situation was very bad and they were evacuated by the government. So the key takeaways from our visit that we found out was these villages were thickly populated, particularly in the middle portion of the sliding area. And these residents are mostly from low socio-economic background. That means that they require some sort of external aid so that they can move to a newer location. And as I told earlier, the cracks were almost visible on every house in both the middle as well as in the crown region of the slide. When we interviewed the residents of the area, we found out that they believe that the slides have started to happen after the Nanda Devi glacier event on 7th of February. Some of them even showed some of the gaps that are more like gaps rather than cracks in the building, where you can see that snakes would come inside during the summer season, and they used to regularly plaster it so that they can avoid it. There are also signs of subsidence on the roads also. Apart from this, we also visited the Rainy Village and the HPC barrage. Both of these were also heavily damaged during the 7th February event of Nanda Devi's glacier break. Apart from that, we also conducted community interaction to understand what is the people's worldview on their own disaster, on their own risk perception, to understand whether they understand they live in a hazard-prone area and what are their perspective on these landscapes that are happening in the village. And apart from Joshimath, we also visited Nainital area, where we visited two landscapes. One is the Barinala landscape, which we found out that it was lying on the fault line itself. As such, early warning alone might not be good option. Combination of early warning plus a mitigation might give a better solution for the Barinala landscape. And you can also see that this landslide is progressing towards the crown side, and the crown side is heavily thickly populated, and also has the lake in that area.
Okay, I would like to request the chair and the organizing committee to give me some more 5 more minutes, because in the interest of the work that we had done and in the interest of the proposals that we have come up with. So, okay, so now I'm going to tell few of the experiences that we had with the previous landslides that we were monitoring, and then the interventions and possible solutions that we have proposed for the Uttarakhand, especially Joshimath area and Nainital. Okay, so as I said, we work from the scratch, from geotechnical and geophysical investigations, and then deployment, and then we have multi heterogeneous sensing, and then context aware energy nodes. So these are something like during rainfall, that's the time when there's very less solar power, and that is the time when you need more data to monitor a landslide. So there's a trade-off between the energy availability and the lifetime of the system. So we have come up with intelligent algorithms which can be implemented in the edge, and then this tries to intelligently use the available energy to extend the lifetime of the system. So that way the system won't die, and then you get data for an extended lifetime. And I'll tell you an interesting situation that happened in 2018. As you all know, in Kerala, there was a heavy flood, and then the power was cut down from the particular village where we have the deployment for 1 week. There was no power, and there was very less sun, and there was no solar power also. So eventually the system died. And then that is the time when we require data for early warning. That's the time when we didn't have data also. So we had earlier come up with, before that itself, we had come up with nowcasting and forecasting algorithms, which takes into account the IMD forecast, rainfall forecast from the IMD website, and that feeds into our system, and we'll be able to, instead of the actual rainfall data, we'll use the forecast rainfall data, and we'll be able to give nowcast and forecast results, which will not only extend the lifetime, but also ensures reliability to early warning. So that's one of the AI and the ML story about it. And we have the landslide laboratory and the decision models. These are the results from our previous works. These are core pressure thresholds. And this is the nowcast thing that I was saying. You can see there was no data. The red one is the actual data. We lacked the data during a specific period, but then we had the algorithm which was most accurately predicting the real-time conditions of the slope. So we were able to give early warnings. So same here with the real-time for the forecast. That was for the nowcast, and this was for the forecast. And this is in Sikkim. Here, from the movement sensor data, we are able to identify there is the movement is happening at this particular depth. So we are able to identify where the slip surface is, and with that we'll be able to calculate the runout also. So these are the data from geophones, and we have multiple level of warning. So first level warning is mostly a regional level warning. We give it to the districts, and then it's based on rainfall threshold. And as the level increases, the accuracy also increases. with the second level warning, we incorporate pore pressure and movement sensors, and then here the forecast things will also come in, and then here the dynamic inputs will also come in. So like that, as the level increases, the accuracy also increases. And these are some of the screenshots from the warnings that we issued in 2020. And then a big landslide that happened in 2020 after the warnings that we issued. We issued a warning in August 6, and a landslide happened on August 7, which kind of validates the warnings. And these are some of the landslides that had happened after our warnings, after the warnings that we gave. Okay, so here I'm coming to the main point, interventions and possible solutions for Uttarakhand. So we have a customizable IoT system for multi-scale monitoring. So here are the lower level nodes, like the sensors. So here intelligence can be programmed, and we can customize the sensors that we want based on spatial and temporal scales. So, and also based on the cost. And in the fog node also, we can have the different algorithms that can be running. So it can take intelligent decisions in the local layer also, even when the internet connection is gone off or anything, even when we don't have to give the warning. When we are not in a position where we can deliver the warning, the system is intelligent enough to alert the local people. And such customized things we can bring in. And then this is also the plug and play system to monitor at multiple scales and multiple size scales. And we can also provide with heterogeneous parameter monitoring, just with the rainfall monitoring, and with other parameters depending upon the slope or where we are going to do the deployment. And so these are the proposed solutions. So we have 6 solutions mainly. One is rainfall-based threshold, regional early warning models alone. So this will be like a regional early warning model. The accuracy will be low, and it is for a higher area, regional area. And regional rainfall-based site-specific, which will be much accurate, more accurate than the regional one. And artificial intelligence and machine learning-based forecasting models using pore pressure and slope stability models. This will increase the accuracy further. And then structural monitoring based on distributed early warning systems, like even the homes that are having cracks can even serve as a structure. And we can monitor the structure, and we can come up with early warning models and decision models. And then combined flood and landslide multi-hazard model. So this doesn't consider only the landslide, it also takes into account the flood and the multi-hazards that are triggered because of rainfall, flood-rain interactions. And comprehensive site-specific landslide early warning system, which will have all the various detailed sensors and all the models and everything. So we also have few products, landslide tracker app, which is available online, and we have Amrita Kripa app. So these are the proposed solutions for this regional rainfall-based early warning system is what we are proposing for Joshimath and Nainital, and site-specific for Joshimath and Nainital, and AI/ML-based system for Nainital only, and structured monitoring for Joshimath, and combined flood and landslide monitoring for Joshimath, and comprehensive site-specific early warning system for Nainital. So these are our proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your deep knowledge with us. To add more glory to this technical session, may I now request our next speaker, Dr. Girish Jain from MeTech Solution on stage. The topic of presentation is landslide monitoring and early warning using ground-based laser scanning system. So please.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Am I audible? I would like to use the screen space, and maybe would like to use my pointer also, and so I will feel comfortable talking from this space. please help me. So my name is Girish Jain and I'm from MeTech Solutions LLP, a Gurgaon-based company. MeTech is into measurement technologies. We do measurements in mines, we do measurements for surveying, we do measurements for hydrology, meteorology. I don't know what's the problem. You know where you are talking about.
It's saved in PDF format.
Sorry for this before. Okay, so MeTech is into measurement. We do measurements related to mining, related to meteorology, hydrology. We do measurements for monitoring also. Say for example, landslide or dams, or for bridge monitoring, those kind of various different monitoring applications. So my presentation is based on use of 3D LiDAR technology for landslide monitoring and also for avalanche monitoring. And one of the major component in this whole solution is a LiDAR or a terrestrial or a 3D terrestrial laser scanner, which is manufactured by a company called as Regal. Regal is a company based in Austria. They have more than 50 years of experience in manufacturing LiDARs. They manufacture laser rangefinders, terrestrial 3D scanners, UAV-based scanners, airborne scanners, scanners used for industrial applications, scanners used in mobile applications. So all sorts of different applications which can be served with the LiDARs are manufactured by Regal. Their product overview consists of scanners used for airborne mapping, airborne surveying, airborne monitoring applications. The scanners can be mounted on UAVs. The scanners obviously can be used on a tripod or on a pillar for terrestrial scanning, which will be the main focus of my today's presentation. And then their scanners are also mounted on, say for example, a car for doing seating mapping, where the scanner is mounted on top of the car. You just keep on driving the car at, say, for example, 80 kilometers per hour, and it will keep on scanning everything whatever it can see. Just to clear the things, maybe some of the audience, they are not very well aware of what are we talking about. What is this scanner? Are we talking about a paper scanner, which is going to scan a paper or something, or a map? No, we are not. We are talking about scanning the whole terrain, scanning the Earth's surface, whether it can be used through a scanner mounted on a tripod, or we are talking about a scanner mounted on a plane, for example. So this is what we are talking about. I don't know how the image is clear or not, but you see a lot of trees, the ground, there are some snowbound areas. So we are talking about a scanner, an instrument which scans the surface of the earth. Now the surface of the earth will have soil, it will have snow, it will have boulders, it will have tree vegetations, all sorts of things will be scanned. And when I say scan, every inch of the whole of the surface is measured. And this is a point cloud. These are points. This is not an image. This is not a picture. This is a point cloud with millions and millions of points on this slide. Every point has a X, Y, Z coordinate with millimeter accuracy. So this is what we are talking about as a scanner. Point cloud Another picture, on the left hand side we have two pictures taken from a camera, and on the right hand side is a 3D point cloud in the same area. But the difference is this is a picture, whereas this has millions and millions of points. Every point has X, Y, Z with millimeter accuracy. Coming back to the portfolio once again. So Regal obviously have these airborne scanners which are mounted either on a helicopter or on a fixed wing aircraft, and so these aircraft can fly at a high speed at a great height, and obviously they can cover hundreds and thousands of kilometers in several hours of flight. So what are they used for? They are used for scanning or measuring the area, a large area. When we are talking about large area, means, for example, the entire Himalayan range, maybe entire district, maybe entire state. So this is the kind of volume we are talking about using this kind of technology. Now, using an airborne scanner is a very complex task. Not everybody can do it. Okay, you need experts to do it, and normally people do not have that kind of expertise. So they depend upon service providers. There are specialized service providers who owns aircraft, who owns this technology, who have tons of experience in using these kind of technologies, and they can use their experience to serve you. They can have a project from you and they can serve you by using their own experience technology. India do have such companies. For example, Genesis is one such company based in Mumbai. They have all the experience and they can undertake these kind of complex projects. A UAV-based scanning technology. So this is for a local area. Say, for example, a small valley. Now we are not talking about entire state, entire district, or entire Himalayan region. When we want to scan or measure a small valley or a valley, for example, it's a local area. Then you can fly a drone having a 3D laser scanner, and within that small area, say 1 by 1 kilometer or 2 by 2 kilometers, you can actually again have a scan with all those millions of points, everything having, each point having XYZ. Ground-based, either on a tripod or on a pillar, fixed pillar. This is called terrestrial laser scanning. This is what we are going to talk about in today's discussion in detail. This is mainly useful for a very small and specific area. Say, for example, in this place, for example, we are interested in measuring a landslide in this area or a landslide in that area. Now, our scanner will be sitting on a tripod or on a pillar and will be focused towards that particular small area and will be measuring only that particular area. It will not be measuring the whole of the valley. It will be only focusing towards a particular area. Now, what are the causes and effects of landslides? The main reason obviously is because of the entire, the Indian plate is moving towards north, which is causing stress. That is the primary reason why we have such a fragile Himalayan network in India. And what are the triggers for landslide? The plates are moving around the year. It is not they are moving only one particular part of the season. They are moving all around the year. But what are the triggers which suddenly cause this downfall? The triggers are mainly heavy rainfall, or it is earthquakes, or strong winds sometimes, or strong vibrations due to heavy construction machinery or something, or due to soil erosion due to rivers. These are the main trigger points which causes a landslide. Few pictures. I just don't want to time on this. So we have discussed a little bit on triggers. So basically, it's the regional movement, the whole geological movement, the whole of the earth plates which are moving. Increase of lateral pressure. It is the pressure of the soil itself. When the soil is wet, depending upon the moisture content or the water content in the soil, it creates a lateral pressure. The roots of the vegetation, the swelling of the clay, these are all triggers for a landslide because they increase the lateral pressure. Increase of load, weight of rain, how much of rainfall is happening, how much of snowfall is happening, how much of vegetation has already grown over a period of time. That increases your load. Removal of lateral and underlying support, erosion, previous slides, if has happened, road cuts. These are examples of removal of underlying support. And the transitory stress like earthquakes or any strong vibrations due to any trucks or heavy machinery or because of any heavy construction machinery. Now, why landslide monitoring is required? Obviously, I think this gives you the reason why when so much of fatalities are happening every year. This is the data based on from between 2007 to 2015. So many human lives have been lost because of landslides, and that is why we are having this conclave, and that is why we are talking about, we have a landslide as a chapter for discussing this thing. Now, in general, why do we need to do monitoring? Landslide is one type of monitoring, but in general, why do we need to do monitoring? It's because everything is moving. Starting from the earth itself is moving, then the plates, the plates on the earth are moving, then the soil on the earth on a particular plate is also moving, the glaciers are moving, the snow over glacier is moving, so everything is moving. So we need to know what is moving, how much is it moving, at what rate it is moving, over a period of time, how much it has already moved, is the velocity of movement increasing or is it same, is there any danger associated with it? We need to measure the movement and store history. Now, if you want to analyze the movement and wants to do some kind of prediction, we need to have history. If we don't have historical data, there is hardly we can do with the instantaneous data. Instantaneous data will not serve me that much. But if you do have historical data, then you can do a lot of analysis. Safety of people and equipment, machinery is obviously the most important reason why we are talking about it. And measurement assists in prediction. I would say no monitoring solution will claim that, hey, we have a solution which will give you early warning, 100% correct early warning. There is no such solution. All the solutions which I am going to talk about, or maybe some other people will talk about, will only assist in prediction. Nobody can predict 100% accurately when it is going to fall. So let's come to the challenges. Now, we know, and people may have already talked about some conventional technologies which are already being used for landslide monitoring. Now, what are the complications or what are the challenges in general landslide monitoring? The first and the foremost is the accessibility. Before the landslide and after the landslide, both. Now, before the landslide is because, when you know that the region is active and is prone to landslide, it is already a very dangerous place. Now, you would not like to step on that particular dangerous piece of land to put sensors. Nobody would like to go there and put foot forward and they would try to do something there. It's already a very dangerous place. You yourself may trigger the landslide. That is also a possibility. So the accessibility to the area is a very big challenge. Non-contact. As I said, if you want to use some traditional technologies, you would have to put some sensors. Somebody will have to actually go and visit that area. That itself is a very dangerous thing to do. So we would like to have some kind of non-contact measurement technology. So that is again a challenge. Limitations of conventional sensors. The conventional sensors, when they are used, first of all, somebody has to actually go to that particular area and install those sensors. So that itself is a very challenging task. The other challenge is they are normally one-time use. Once the event happens, those sensors are gone forever. You need to have continuous monitoring. To give you an idea, just see this video, small video. Here, every 2 minutes, an area is being scanned, is being measured, and as you can see, the trigger starts, the movement was happening slowly and steadily every 2 minutes, but the actual downfall started from here, and this is hardly few minutes. So the whole thing actually happens in 45 minutes. So if you have a technology which is measuring, say for example, once in a day, once in a week, once in a month, you are losing all important data in between. So for example, if I am measuring a landslide prone area every week, so between week what is happening, I don't know. I will only be knowing after a week what has happened. Okay, so but in this, for example, in this particular thing in slide, you can see that the movement can actually start suddenly and within 45 minutes everything gone. So what is the solution? You have to have some kind of continuous monitoring solution. And then fast data collection. Again, we are talking about 45 minutes of lead time, so there's hardly any time. So the technology should measure very fast. And you need high density of data flow. So now these were the challenges. Now what is the solution? Obviously a solution which can overcome all these challenges which I have spoken about. So if there is a jadoo or a magic somewhere which can take care of this, all the challenges, all the 6 challenges which I have spoken about, that kind of magic will work for us, I believe. And that magic, I think, is LiDAR. LiDAR in conjunction with weather monitoring system and a soil monitoring system. And I will talk about why. LiDAR, just to make you understand, is a technology where a transmitter emits a laser beam. It gets reflected from an object, being received by a receiver, and using a time of flight simple formula, you can measure the distance between the sensor and the object. Now this looks so simple. Trust me, the internal technology, the internal algorithm is very complicated. But for a user, it is so simple. Now let's come back to challenges again as a solution. The first challenge was accessibility. How do we actually go near to that site which is moving, which is dangerously moving? So the solution is, say for example in this slide you can see, the person is using a terrestrial scanner and he is measuring the movement across that river on that hill, maybe this particular point. So, the challenge of accessibility is gone. You can actually measure the landslide prone area from a kilometer, from 2 kilometers away. So you don't have to actually go near to the landslide area. You can actually monitor the landslide from far away. So the accessibility problem is sorted out. Non-contact. You don't want to go there and put something there, or even put your foot there. So what do? You mount it on a tripod or on a pillar and measure the hills there. 1 kilometer away, 2 kilometers away. Non-contact. You don't have to install anything on those hills, for example. Third was they are single use. Because the sensors here, once the event happens, the sensors mounted on the landslide prone area will be gone forever. Whereas in this case, in a LiDAR, the LiDAR is happily mounted on a tripod or on a pillar inside a cabin, for example, and it is measuring the area there. And even if the landfall happens, even if the landslide happens, nothing is going to happen to this LiDAR because this is situated very far away, 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers away. Okay, yeah, I'll try to complete. The fourth challenge was continuous measurement. Now with LiDAR, you can schedule, you can measure as fast as every 2 minutes, for example. Because the scanner is going to take hardly few seconds. Within few seconds, the whole area of interest, maybe 1 by 2 kilometers, 2 by 2 kilometers, whatever is the area of interest, the whole area of interest will be scanned, will be measured in just seconds. And we are talking about 10 to 15 seconds at the most. So this is how much fast it is. And therefore, you can schedule your measurements, say for example, every 2 minutes. You don't need to measure so fast, but you can actually schedule it. So every 2 minutes, it is going to measure the area again after again, and create a historical data. Fast data collection. So small video of 5 seconds. You put it on a tripod. Start. And it is showing you the measurement. So the whole of this area in front of the scanner is being measured right now. And within 17 seconds, if you saw that thing, within 17 seconds, whole of this thing, whatever you can see, has been measured. it is that fast. So we're talking about 10 to 20 seconds at the most, all done. High density, almost every inch of whatever you can see from your eyes will be measured. So we are talking about very high density data. And obviously there is no chance of error, there is no tampering. Even if you wish to do some tampering with the data, you can try, but you will not succeed. Because there are billions and billions of points. You may change 1 or 2 points or 100 points or 1,000 points or 10,000 points. It doesn't make any difference because there is too much of data. You can't tamper it. There are two types of monitoring. One is offline or manual monitoring. In manual monitoring, you take it to the site, measure it, take it to the next site, measure it, take it to the third site, measure it, and go on, and then come back again to the first site and then re-measure it like that. And that is how you do manual measurement. And the other one is the automatic, where the instrument is on a fixed base and it keeps on measuring the same area again and again and again. The first one is the manual, which is the stop and go monitoring, where you have the equipment in a box, you take it in a car, go to the area where you want to do the measurement. Can I have 5 to 10 minutes? I'll have, just, okay. Okay, so you measure it, you take it in the car, go to a landslide prone area, put it on a pillar or a tripod and measure it. And then again repack it, put it in the car, go back to the next point and re-measure it like that. And again come back after a week or after a month, depending upon your application. And that's how you do the stop and go measurement. And the other one is the permanent measurement, where you install the scanner inside a hut, okay, and it keeps on measuring the same area again and again and again. It doesn't move from one point to the other. It always remains at the same point. Some examples of huts, how the huts or those small structures are being built, where the scanner is inside. I will not go into this. Okay, let's skip this. These are the kinds of results which you will get ultimately, where you have color-coded point clouds, and as you can see, it shows you with the help of the color which area is moving, how fast it is moving, in which direction it is moving. Is it going, behind or is it coming forward? All this information you will get automatically. You will get a time graph also, like this, for example. You will get this kind of color-coded information. These colors depicts how much of movement is happening and at which place. This is the kind of time series again. These small fluctuations are seasonal fluctuations because of monsoon, for example. But if you overall see over a period of time, the movement is happening, and suddenly the collapse happens. You get DEM, digital terrain model, for example, to do the volume computation of how much of debris has fallen down. For example, once the landslide has happened, you would like to know how much of volume has come down. So you can do those kind of measurements. This is how the instrument looks like. The model, for example, we are talking about is VZ2000I, which has a 2.5 kilometer range with an accuracy of 5 millimeter, speed of 5 lakh points per second. That is the kind of speed we are talking about. It's a class 1 eye-safe laser, so absolutely safe for your eyes. Water and dust proof, meant to be used outside. 5 seconds, 10 seconds video. Just to see how easy it is to use. So this is a landslide prone area somewhere in Italy. So you put it on a tripod, start, it will take few seconds to measure, and you take it on your shoulder, for example, move to the next side, put it on tripod again, restart it will take the measurement. Now they are measuring the amount of debris which has come down, for example, again few seconds job, and it will give you the volume of debris which has fallen down. Okay, so now, last 2 minutes. I will be very good. Now, this was related to a scanning technology which can actually measure the movements, can tell you how much of movement is happening, okay, can do a little bit of prediction, assisting prediction. Now, apart from that, you would like to know what is triggering these slides. The movement will tell you that the slide is going to happen, okay, the movement is happening. But you would also like to know why is it happening. The answer is to measure the rainfall and to to also measure the wind speed and wind direction, because these are the two most important meteorological parameters which can induce or which can trigger the landslide. So it is a good idea to use these two sensors also along with the LiDAR to correlate between the two things, to correlate between the movements and the wind speed, wind direction and the rainfall. The other thing is soil measurements. Apart from measurement of meteorological parameters, you also need to measure the soil characteristic. Every soil is different. So every soil will behave differently in different conditions. So you need to measure the soil characteristics, and then you also need to measure the soil moisture. How much of moisture content is there in the soil? So for that, there are soil moisture sensors which can be installed, and this will give you vital information about the soil moisture content of the area, together with the meteorological conditions. These two things can really help you in correlating as to when the movement is happening, why this movement is happening. So you need solar power and all that. So this was all related to my landslide monitoring. I have another 5 minutes thing for glacier monitoring. If the time permits, I will talk about it, otherwise I will give it. Okay, just to go very quickly, VZ 2000i is a solution which I have shown you for landslide monitoring. For glacier monitoring, VZ 2000i is not the ideal solution. The solution is VZ 6000. And what is the reason for having different set of solutions is because of the response of a laser towards a particular wavelength for different objects. So as you can see, for example, VZ 2000i works in this wavelength, which is very good for soil, which is very good for trees and other things, but it is not good for snow. So the solution is VZ 6000, which has the best response for snow. This is for snow, but it's also good for soil and grass and those kind of things. So the solution is this VZ 6000, which looks identical, very similar to VZ 2000i, but then it is very much suitable for measurement of snow. It is not so good for soil, but it is very good for snow measurement.
Gives you an intro.
Yeah, I think I'm done.
T-time also. As I told me, it is T-com interaction.
Okay, yeah. Okay, please. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now the floor is open for question. There have been 3 speakers, all to landslide monitoring, detection, mapping, and instrumentation. Very quickly, I have this stuff.
Identify the area in Uttarakhand. I found Uttarakhand, the maximum gas landslide in Uttarakhand, around 5,000 out of total figure was. So, which are the area has been identified Uttarakhand from here to respond?
The idea was to show why.
What I am saying in Uttarakhand is large depth is there, it may figure maybe 90%, maybe 80%, that does not matter. Right. But have you identified any areas where we can install? Like in Joshimat area, it is there. So you have not. I think you should identify those areas also with the landslides and more.
So I think that is the role of
USGM.
We are a technology providing company, so obviously we can talk about the technology, but this is something people need to do. Obviously, we are not the right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One is to Jain Saab and another to both of you. You said the landslide is not a Rakshas, that I understand. But whether we are engaging that Rakshas जो सो रहा है उसको जगा तो नहीं रहे हम लोग? ये this is one question. What I mean to say is landslides पहले भी होते थे और शायद आगे भी होंगे. Whether the human intervention into the protected land, protected area is happening, vibrations, trains going, because Konkan Railway I am seeing, in Maharashtra, it has triggered this type of thing. I am not a geologist. This is one thing. And second question to Jain Sabi, you mentioned about the LiDAR. We are also using LiDAR technique, in the wind profilers, etc.
And we found that when it is raining, the performance of the LiDAR is not very good. So when you are measuring this LiDAR with using there and this area, landslide, if it is raining or if it is raining very heavily, probably the results can get compromised. I'm not an expert, but still I would like to know.
You are absolutely correct.
Thank you.
You are absolutely correct. Yes, the performance will be great in the terms of the range, the measurement range may come down slightly. So maybe from 2.5 kilometers, if it is raining very heavily, it may come down to say 2 kilometers. But then the range is also heavily depending upon the reflectivity of the surface. So the man-made, for example, structures are highly, they have the highest reflectivity. Whereas the soil, the dirt, has the lowest reflectivity. So the range depends upon the reflectivity of the surface and also on heavy rainfall is happening there.
To answer your question, sir, सोते हुए कुछ जगह ना देखिए, हमारी फैमिली में 5 बेटे हैं, कुछ बहुत अच्छे होते हैं, उसमें से एक दो निकलेगा एकदम बिगड़े टाइप। सोना या जगाना वो तो हमारे हाथ में है। मेरा कहना है साथ लेके चलना है, हम उनको छोड़ नहीं सकते। So for that, what best we can do, we'll do. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah, please, ma'am. Sorry.
I would like to answer your question, sir. So, practically what we have seen is there are some areas which are prone to landslide. Like all the slopes are not unstable. Most of the slopes are stable. So there are policies that there should not be constructions and there should not be settlements in the vulnerable areas. But there is a practical gap in implementing these policies. So for example, in the place where we have the deployment in Munnar, there was government college was constructed twice, and both the times there was a slide in the government college. So it is a government organization. They haven't taken into consideration the geological factors before. They haven't taken policy experts or the experts the consultation before constructing such a big construction.
The literature says that India is the 5th number ranked country as far as the landslides are concerned globally. This is what I have read recently.
So India is in the global hotspot. 2 global hotspots are in India, sir. The first global hotspot is the Himalayan arc, and most of the Himalayan arc is in India. And the second global hotspot is Western Ghats. Both are in India. So India is the country which has the first 2 global hotspots for landslide. And I think more than us, Italy and other countries are taking more proactive measures and early warning systems, but sadly we are slightly behind.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it is time to conclude this session. I, on behalf of Girish ji and Vinata madam, it's my privilege to conclude the session. We have listened to 3 lectures, 3 presentations here. And first one, speaker has emphasized on the role of emerging Earth observation techniques, satellite-derived products, and landslide mapping, monitoring, modeling, and integration with other ancillary data, and how best the satellite remote sensing as such can be used for landslide remediation. Secondly, learned about Himlata madam speaking on landslide forecasting mostly, and she has emphasized on many things. AI was one part of it, ground instrumentation another, and that was we get a good glimpse of what has been done, is being done in our university. Third lecture, Mr. Girish Jain. The first part and the last part was about the product review and overview rather, but the middle part was more on conventional landslide understanding. So that is where I personally like it most. And overall, I would like to congratulate him to educate us about the present technology available with him, about the causes, understanding the causes, the monitoring part. With we in remote sensing call it very high temporal resolution. We're talking about seconds, minutes, where the main thing in landslide, the main disaster is happening at the root cause. So thank you very much for introducing us to the modern technology. Thank you very much. I feel that this session has done full justice to the demand, the reason this particular session was put by the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We have been listening to knowledgeable speakers deliberating in the areas of landslides studies through new emerging technologies. All the valuable insights gave us a new perspective that one should adopt while discussing these issues. So now, this is the time to felicitate our speakers. May I now request Dr. Shantanu Sarkar, Director ULMMC, to kindly present a memento to our chairperson, Shri Somanlal, Dr. Somanlal Chaturaj, IIRS. Sir, please. Pooja, you can assist. Give a big round of applause to our chairperson. I'm sorry. Now I would like to request Dr. Somanlal Chaturaj to kindly present the memento to Hemlata ma'am from Amrita University. Sir, don't go there. I again request you to kindly present memento to Mr. Girish Jain from MeTech as a token of appreciation. Huge round of applause. So I would like to announce the end of this technical session. Now we have to move towards the adjacent area for high tea. We will resume here again after 30 minutes at 4:30. Thank you.
फुर्सत नहीं कि मैं फिर थोड़ा कल्चर कर सकता। अच्छा
contact you, madam. I do not have my card. That is in valet parking. So you give me yours if it is available.
Actually, we started working with satellite data also. There are teachers who are working on multi-hazard aspects using satellite. So definitely get in touch with
जी. So that includes multi-criteria decision making or multi-hazard only?
multi-hazard, which includes landslides, floods, all the cascades.
So you are a geologist or civil engineer? Or?
Sir, I have physics background, engineering background, and data machine.
Excellent. ठीक है आपसे लेंगे. Thank you.
Sir, pure technical nothing is there. Keynote দিতে একটু ম্যানেজার করতে হবে। ওটা জমবেও না pure technical। আপনার মতো তো সম্ভব না কিন্তু এনি আমি চেষ্টা করেছি।
पार्टिसिपेंट्स हमारा वाडिया का पूरा है ही और डिफरेंट जगह से 2-6 लोग जैसे ये लोग बुला लिए कर देंगे इंस्टीट्यूट लेवल से कर देंगे उस टाइम में जीविका नारीसी का मेम्बर्स लोग भी रहेंगे वो आइकर पहले करेंगे ना बाद में करेंगे मतलब RSC एंड GP बैक टू बैक होगा हमारा जो सेशन होगा अगर उसका पहले होगा नहीं तो उसके बाद होगा इमीडिएटली अभी 2 दिन का RSC होगा 1 दिन का GP होगा 3 दिन 1 दिन अगर 4 दिन अगर किसी का पास टाइम है अच्छा है बट बैक टू बैक होगा तो हम 1.5 डे में RSC और हाफ डे में GP तो ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता GP 1 घंटे 2 घंटे तो एक ही दिन 2 दिन में हो जाएगा हमारा 1 दिन में होगा अगर आप सोचेंगे एक ही दिन में निपट लेंगे तो GP और RSC टाइट हो जाएगा तो प्रेजेंटेशन भी करना है RSC में GP प्रेजेंटेशन कौन डायरेक्टर तो वो 2 दिन में हो जाएगा और 2 दिन और एक ही कौन सा डेट में करना मैंने तो मैं यही सोचा कि कभी करेंगे बट उसमें शायद मिनट आप लोगों के पास पहुँचा नहीं दिया सबको मिनट RSC का मिनट अच्छा मिनट में तो लिखा है ये वाला आपके पास दिया था ओनली दिस वन इज देयर नो मैं श्योर तो मैथ्स एवरेज भी सोच कर दिया एवरेज में एक ऑब्जेक्टिव लाइन बहुत ही नहीं होगा और अभी आज कुछ आपका और बोला कि स्कूल में और 4-5 स्कूल को मिला एक ही जगह से तो एक सब्सक्राइबर्स और वो लोग स्कूल आइडेंटिटी
Here in India, Navy is statistic warning system. Students go from Mumbai to 50 kilometers, 1.5 hours. This side and 1.5 hours. You can get registered However, we have also that internally you can disseminate the information. The information will immediately reach to the person who is different media, be digital media or other media then without compromising. And moreover, no false information can be activated to anyone. It's a foolproof system. What is security disease? It might be used because the physical during peacetime and wartime, during emergency time, there is 24 hours, 24. This system can be really helpful. Our main setup is But we are not selling the system. I'm just finding the
They are not bearing CL number and product number. Product number
Masuri, I think Masuri also training. Under 5 units a month. I'll go there, but because tomorrow I have presentation. All this, but mainly that would be based on disaster management, not on peace time or similar
सेम कर सकता है कि तो होता है खाना होता है बारिश हो रही है देख ले वो क्या आ रहा है देख ले उसमें सिंपल है एनडीए में सब एनडीए में पता नहीं आया नहीं आया
Welcome back. Now we are entering our today's last technical session, mountain hazard forecasting. चलता रहूंगा मंजिल की ओर, चलता रहूंगा मंजिल की ओर, चलने में माहिर बन जाऊंगा, या तो मंजिल मिल जाएगी या अच्छा मुसाफिर बन जाऊंगा. Good evening all of you. Today now we are entering our last technical session, high mountain hazard forecasting, and the chairman of this technical session will be Dr. Kalachand Sen, Director, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Dehradun. His expertise in machine learning, geosciences data analysis, modeling, characterization of geohazards, and their mitigation assessment of georesources. Sir, may I request you kindly occupy the chair on dais. Thank you, sir. The co-chairperson of the session will be Mr. Vinay Babu, Nation Head, Business Development, Hexagon. His of nation expertise in providing solution on early warning and alerting system. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request to invite Ms. Anuj James, of the speaker of the session. Please occupy the chair. She is a country manager, Comni Global, and her company expertise in multi-hazard early warning. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here a great opportunity to listen to the words by a great knowledgeable speaker by Dr. Kalachand Sen, and the chairperson of the session on geohazard in UK Himalayas and plausible mitigation through AI/ML approaches. So, and I also requested to sir please also chair the session.
Good evening. Thank you very much, madam. Welcome to the afternoon post-tea session on high mountain hazard forecasting. All the panelists in the dais, distinguished delegates, guests, I thank the organizer, USDMA, for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts and views on this very important international conclave on use of advanced technology in disaster management. There are 3 talks. Each one of us will speak for about 15 minutes, and we'll keep some time reserved at the end for the questions and answers. So I'll start my talk. I have to go there, I think. Or otherwise I can do from here. That's fine. Yeah. So, I will just speak on the topic, geohazards into the Himalaya, and I ask my co-chair to give me a ping after 15 minutes so that I can stop, and other speakers will give their due time, and we'll have question and answers. So, since morning we are hearing, tomorrow also we hear about many things what have been happening into the Uttarakhand state, into the Uttarakhand Himalaya. And most important aspects as a geoscientist we have been observing, seeing under the present day climate change scenario, excessive rainfall, excessive snows, they are leading to some sort of flash floods, landslides, avalanches. So comprehending all this is very, very important based on different sets of sensors, but providing mitigation measure is the need of the hour. What exactly happening into the Josimont? Before last year we had in Galiganga, Rishiganga, that ice rock mass avalanche. So what are the possible causes and what as a geoscientist we can provide to measures so that the people into the Himalayan states, particularly into the Uttarakhand state, can live or have secure life, as well as we can build some sort of disaster resilient and climate adaptable future, not only for us, but for our next generations. So what are the way forwards? All of us know that Himalaya has a lot of resources that can be utilized for the socio-economic development and cultural growth. We have snow, we have ice, lot of minerals, ore bodies. We have cold springs, hot springs or geothermal resources, hydrocarbons. And all these have made the Himalaya is a place of habitation for the socio-economic growth and cultural development into the state. But if you look into the formation of the Himalaya, because of its convergence between the Indian plate with the Eurasian plate, the Himalaya is fully stressed by a lot of subsurface processes going on. Convergence, exhumation of the rocks, tectonics, new tectonics, and lot of processes are going on the surface, like weathering, precipitation, erosion, etc. And this stress has been further aggravated by the anthropogenic activities, by the climate change phenomena. And these have made some sort of changes into the Himalaya. If you look into this scenario over here, one of the cross-section, there we can see that lot of geological faults, tectonic elements have divided the Himalaya into several parts: Sub-Himalaya, Lesser Himalaya, Higher Himalaya, Tethyan Himalaya, and Trans-Himalaya. So they have changed the geomorphology, they have changed the landscape. Until date we have been observing them. And these are the phenomena, these are the changes which control the damage pattern whenever there is an earthquake, when there is a landslide, wherever there is some sort of avalanche, flash floods, etc. So as a responsible citizen, we need to comprehend all the processes and provide some sort of mitigation measures. Already I spoke that we have a collective effort, we have a collective responsibility to build. How will we be able to build a safe or secure living for the people into the Himalayan region, particularly in Uttarakhand state, for the sustainable development. We are talking about climate change, but is it really happening? Yes, it is happening, because if you look into some of the indicators, they show that climate change is happening. We are seeing that glaciers are getting shrinked, glacial lakes are being formed, tree line is shifting upward. There have been some sort of changes into sea surface temperature, land surface temperature, sea level rising. And all these things are creating some sort of sensitization, some sort of havoc in the mind of the people. Particularly temperature rises, it creates health hazards. It creates some sort of problem into the low-lying area, into the coastal regions. There are many, many important cities, they will be flooded. So we are having concern. Because of this climate change, we are having another concern to the water scarcity. There have been some sort of issues related to the health, related to the food security, as well as to our energy security of our country. We have been experiencing land degradation, we have been experiencing different sort of hazards related to landslides, avalanches, etc. There have been changes into the biodiversity and ecosystem into the Himalayan region. So what are the possible measures? What are the mitigation measures we can provide? These are nothing but in the form of the early warning. If we can understand the process before that happens and warn the people, we'll be able to evacuate them, we'll be taking some sort of action so that the loss to the properties, the loss to the lives, livestock, structures can be saved. So is it possible to do that? I will show some of the examples it is possible with reference to some of the glaciers and glaciers, lake hazards, as well as some sort of landslide hazards and hazard due to the flash floods into the Uttarakhand state. Glaciers we are talking about, and all of us know that glaciers are or snowfields are the lifeline to a billion of people in terms of the drinking water, in terms of the irrigation, in terms of the domestic uses, industrial uses, as well as hydropower generation. And the sediment water transmits through the river. They are providing some sort of facility so that we can have some sort of agricultural, and it will lead to the development of the agroeconomy as well as some sort of socio-cultural growth. And we have into the entire Himalayan arc around 10,000 glaciers, 20,000 glacier lakes. Even in Uttarakhand state, we have around 1,000 glaciers, 1,200 glacier lakes. And these lakes and glaciers, because of climate change, are posing threat to the people living into the downstream. If we look into the Uttarakhand state, we have experienced 2013 Kedarnath disaster that took place into the summer, and it was caused by drought, caused by rain failure, rainfall that killed 6,000 people, inundated 5,500 villages, and tapped 2 lakh pilgrimages. So this is one of the disasters we experienced in the Uttarakhand Himalaya. Another disaster we experienced before last year, 2021, in the Chamoli district, where Dhaliganga, Rishiganga catchment, we found a huge ice and rock mass and almost 27 million cubic meter. It fell down, got detached because of the thawing and freezing process. What happened in these particular regions, and that damaged lot of roads, lot of bridges, and hydro projects, and killed around 200 people. The hydropower project, the stakeholders, many are available over here. They are still seeing that their projects have been affected by high sediment discharge, and if there is a high sediment discharge, that can cause siltation of the hydro reservoirs, and if siltation is there, the dam has been constructed based on the pressure exerted by the water column, and if silt is there at the bottom, silt will exert extra pressure, the dam can be breached, so that can have some sort of hazards again. And another thing, that if silt are there, in the hydropower blades will be corroded, so there are much more concerns. So what we can do? We are talking about the glaciers. What is a glacier for the benefit of all? The glacier is nothing but a big mass of ice formed by compaction and decrystallization of the snow. And you can see, because of the gravitational force, you can move also. And glacier lake, any water body that is formed by the glacier activity. Mostly it is formed at the front, they can also be formed at the side, they can be formed over the glaciers and beneath the glaciers. So there are different types of glaciers. By geoscientific investigations, we can understand the health of the glaciers, we can understand the health of the glacial lakes. So, just to give an example, when I'm talking about glacial lakes, the glacial lakes can be formed in different ways. It can be moraine dam lake, ice dam lake, it can be over the lake, and in the high altitude when the lakes are formed, I can give you one example. In the right hand side, you can see over here that since we are talking about the Himalayan region, which is tectonically active, there can be some sort of precipitation, there can be some sort of tectonic movement, there can be ice melt from the glaciers, and there can be some sort of landslides and avalanches. So the water body into the depression that cannot sustain, and in turn they can overflow or that can be breached. So if lake is breached in the high altitude, you can understand that water will be flowing down the slope. And along with that movement, it will pick up some of the sediment, some of the plants, and the momentum will increase as it goes further down, and every structure present into the downstream, it will be affected. That's what exactly happened into the Kedarnath, exactly happened into the Dhaliganga, Rishiganga. We have experience. So we need to monitor the glaciers, we need to monitor the health of the glacier lakes, so that we'll be able to forewarn the people living into the downstream, so that we can save the property structures present over there. How will we be able to do that? For that, we need to monitor the glaciers, we need to monitor the glacier lake. I will be giving an example from the Sikkim Himalaya, what Wadia scientists have done this exercise and work and study. If you look into the glacier lake and glacier 1991, 2000 and 2015, you can see with the passage of time, the glacial lakes are being expanded and glaciers are shrinking. So by looking into the hydrological data, meteorological data, we'll be able to understand the health of the glaciers, health of the glacier lakes. And whenever there have been some sort of disaster caused by the glaciers and glacial lakes, multiple factors have played important role. And this, we can have some sort of idea on all these parameters, what we are talking about, the glacier recesses, the lithology, structures, climate variability, moraine failure, rainfall, glacial lakes, and all these hazards. If we really want to monitor, we should have some sort of hydrological stations, we should have some sort of meteorological stations. If we want to understand what are the temperature, what are the humidity, what are the wind speed, what are the wind direction into that region, or how much sediment and water being discharged. So all these phenomena or all these parameters we really get from looking into the hydrometeorological data. So far we have been dependent on that. But after the 2021 Dhaliganga, Rishiganga flash floods, we found out some of the precursory events before that avalanche took place. These precursory events were identified, you can see over here. This was the main event when that huge rock mass got detached, and before that detachment, 3 hours, we got a lot of microtremors. And these microtremors are the precursory events. So along with the hydrological data, meteorological data, if we have the seismological data and monitor them by placing the stations into the field and transmitting the data into the centralized processing center, and based on the artificial intelligence and machine learning, we process and analyze the data and integrate by 24/7 by reducing human analysis or human intervention, we'll be able to forward that avalanche to the region, what we have studied from the experience, what we have got from the Dhaliganga, Rishiganga avalanche. So we always need to look into the past data. Past data helps us to understand what is going on presently, and this in turn helps us to predict what we are going to research in future. And that is the need of the hour based on the artificial intelligence and machine learning. If we have some sort of stations into the field and constantly monitor and analyze, we'll be able to forewarn the people, we'll be able to issue that alert system so that we can save some sort of property structures, because this process cannot be stopped, but we can reduce the impact of the processes going on into these regions. So that's why this flowchart says that if we have the hydrological data, meteorological data, seismological data, along with some sort of satellite data, INSAR data, as well as multispectral data, as well as ground-based observations, and all these 5 sets of data, if we can analyze based on artificial intelligence, because the data has to be analyzed 24/7. Human analysts can't do that. So we have to train the system, and the system will automatically do that. And whenever it will exceed the threshold, it will give that word. And we have to take action to save the people, to reduce the loss. This is second important aspect after the glacier and glacier lake related hazard. The second is the landslide hazards, and we have all seen that landslides and flash floods are happening in the Uttarakhand state and Himalayan region. Very recently, because of this climate change, the frequency and magnitude have been increased. And 30% of the world landslide occur in the Himalaya. And these are all because of the natural processes, environmental degradation, anthropogenic activities, and increased urbanization. So what we can do, this is one of the examples from the Uttarakhand that happened in 2019. So if you look into any hilly town, hilly region, like Joshimath or Mussoorie, any town, by looking into the slopes, its gradient, its curvature, its direction, elevation, lithology, structure, geomorphology, strain, land use, land cover, open forest area, and built-up area, we can prepare the landslide susceptibility map or landslide vulnerability map or risk map. This map provides which part of the city is more vulnerable, medium vulnerable, low vulnerable, and give some sort of input to the city planners to prepare the land use map. From this map, we will be able to prepare the land use map, and that land use map will help us to build a green corridor. Policymaker will take decisions how we will be able to utilize this place. But this map doesn't say about the landslides. It is the rainfall, or the earthquake, or some sort of anthropogenic activity, or maybe groundwater drawdown, which trigger the landslides. So if we can couple the rainfall threshold or other tectonic element or other parameter with the slope instability, we will be able to forewarn by placing a set of wave-based sensors. The sensor can be piezometer, planometer, it can be some sort of extensometer inside local stations. So we have an opportunity to place all these stations which we have found out to be more vulnerable, like Joshima. And then constantly, if we can monitor, just placing all the wave-based sensors, we will be able to forewarn the landslides into the region and send the properties and structure chips in down. And if we find out that some land is very, very vulnerable, then what we have to do? We can have some sort of structural measures. We can have some sort of guard wall. We can have retaining wire mesh, short feet, inserting nails, soil nails, rock bolts, etc. Or we can have some sort of non-structural measure by having or executing the building codes, sensitization to the local people that we cannot build anything in that region, or we have to be away from that regions like that and non-exposure to the hazards, etc. Coming to the third aspect, that the flash floods because of this excessive rainfall, and what lessons we have learned into the past. Thus, today in the morning, our Chief Minister mentioned that we are going to have some sort of ropeway into the Kedarnath. We also warned into this paper, and we also recommended that we experience an episodic avalanche into the Kedarnath temple town, and you can see the slope, you can see the structure, and whenever there is excessive snowfall because of this climate change, they are going to fall down because of this gravitational. And in that region, if we have some sort of ropeway, then at least the people will be accessing the temple, but their footpath will be closed and they will not experience some sort of disasters. Another disaster we have experienced into the Pithoragarh, Dharchula, and the cloud burst took place into that region. And if you look into that particular Khotila village, and you can see that what exactly happened after the cloud burst elicited flash flood into these regions. And we have given some sort of structural measures into this region, how will we be able to construct how many buildings, where should be built, where should not be built. The third example here in Maldevta, what Honorable Chief Minister also visited along with him, I was also there, and that is also climate surprise. We didn't expect that some heavy rainfall will take place near the Maldevta region, and we can see there are two rivers, the Baldi River and the Song River. The river widened. When lot of rainfall came, it could not sustain, that it inundated either side. Whatever students and little bit some sort of hotels are there, they are flooded, they are submerged, and we experienced that disaster into that region. Another example we have seen into the state itself, Hemkund side, Otlapuri route. There also we have seen, you can see how this route, what we have been observing, what is the zone of the formation, zone of the transition and runout zone. And if we have the pilgrimage on the footpath, definitely there will be some sort of avalanche, will trigger some sort of hazards. So again, Chief Minister today morning told that in this region also we are going to have some movement. There are some sort of measures. But from the geoscience study, from the geoscientific investigation, we understand what are the rock types, what are the slopes, what are the features. So that can cause if there are some sort of heavy snow accumulation into the regions. And this cloud burst also took place in Uttarakhand. You can see this is the scenario before and this is the scenario after. So if we can understand, comprehend all the processes, whatever going on, if we understand the structure, lithology, as well as some sort of vulnerability into these regions, we'll be able to have some sort of prediction by having wave-based sensor, by having some sort of instruments which can sense all those phenomena and give some sort of warning or alert what we have explained into these regions. Last part, I will just take 2 minutes time, that we have not been able so far to predict earthquake. Everybody knows that. In the world also there is no such method. But one thing we have observed, whenever there is an earthquake, there have been generation of the body wave, P wave and S wave. Because of this one earthquake, we got one P wave, then S wave. Then after that, the destructive S wave comes, which comes with a big amplitude, and that shakes the earth and all the building collapse. So by having this seismological network, and if we can have, depending on the distance of the earthquake, if we can have the time difference, that P onset and that ground setting given by the surface wave, high magnitude surface wave, and if this time difference is 20 seconds and 15 seconds, and if we have proper mechanism will be able to have some sort of early warning. And there has been some sort of success story into the China, Mexico and Japan. They could save a lot of people, but for that, they implemented that rule. They did the mock drilling and all these things. In our country, we need to sensitize the people. And many people ask questions within 20 seconds time, how much we can do? At least the metro can be stopped immediately. The traffic light can be stopped immediately if we cannot evacuate the hospital or some sort of college and etc. So there will be some sort of measures we can do if we have this type of system. And we are very fortunate and happy that IIT Roorkee is doing some sort of work into that directions. Last slide is that whenever there have been accumulation of the strain energy into the subsurface, which gets released in the form of the earthquake, because of this accumulation of the strain energy into the subsurface, some of the physical parameters like velocity, density, susceptibility, and some of the chemical parameters, inert gas emanation like helium, radon, carbon dioxide, and fluctuation of the water level, before any main shock took place or takes place, they get anomalous behavior. I saw that before the main event, there had been anomalous behavior in the BPBS. There had been some sort of, before the main earthquake, there had been some sort of anomalous behavior of the water level and radon transmissions. So if we have multiple stations which will be recording the physical parameter, chemical parameter, inert gas, water level, before an event, they can give some sort of precursory signal, and that precursory signal can help us to understand some of the processes related to the earthquakes. So this is, we have into the Tehri, Guttu region, multiple parameters stations we have placed, and we are continuously monitoring, and by doing that, it is possible. So artificial intelligence and machine learning and placing of very highly sensitive instrument for different purposes, whether it is due to earthquake, whether it is due to landslide, whether it is due to avalanches, we will be able to understand before that event takes place. And if we can do that, if we can forewarn, we will be able to save the property structures. And it is highly possible because in present scenario, we have dense coverage of the sensors, we have high performance computing system, we have advanced modeling software, we have artificial intelligence and machine learning. So any event influenced by the natural process, environmental degradation, will be able to understand before the event takes place by having early warning system. Thank you very much for your listening to me. We'll take up the questions at the end. Now may I request our co-chair, Mr. Vinay Babuji, to talk on early disaster warning and alerting system.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all. Firstly, I would like to apologize to the chair that I didn't do my job as a co-chair because I didn't want to interrupt him in the wonderful presentation that he was actually giving. It was very insightful, and actually, it also helped me because he has cleared a lot of the technical doubts and jargons what I'm going to take you through. So I don't know how many of you know Hexagon, but all of you use smartphones. So probably one of your smartphone is not manufactured by Hexagon, but most 90% of the cell phones are manufactured by Hexagon. That's where we are in. If you heard about GPS, so GPS is another instrument which is used, whether it is in terms of flying the aircrafts or whether you are doing measurements. Some of our brands are Leica, whether it is ISRO who is using for satellite image processing, the DAS Imagine that is from Hexagon. We are also fortunate to measure the Mount Everest. That's where it's very close to our heart. The instruments have been used, and we have also used to measure the gold medal javelin throw. So those are the things that we do. Apart from these, we are manufacturing companies, and we also manufacture software solutions where our Indian Armed Forces uses it for their targeting, image analysis, and different usages. But we have also worked towards what is into disaster management also. So we monitor more than about 130 permanent stations. That means I just don't give boxes, right? Like the Chief Minister today said, we don't want boxes. We want the box to be used, right? So that's where we just don't give boxes, but we also monitor them. We make sure that it is spread across. And mind you, we are present in the country for the last 40 years now. So most of the technology that I'm going to show you is all built from Hyderabad and sold across the globe. Whether it is US 911, that is saving lives of people, or making sure that the construction of Burj Khalifa, the tallest building, that's all done from Hyderabad, and that's what we do. So when I talk about monitoring systems, I would like to divide it into two major subsystems. One is warning system, the other one is alarming system. Warning system is something that, we are constantly monitoring a particular movements, right? It could be like slow movements, that's what we are monitoring. But there is another piece of the monitoring, that is the moment has crossed beyond a certain threshold. That means we need to alarm the people to evacuate, right? So that is how I divided these two systems and things. I will, in the interest of time, I will not show you the videos, but to make sure that, I don't know how many of you have really seen the disaster. It is real havoc. Right? It's really difficult to actually feel it, see it. It's very scary, right? And I'm sure some of you would have experienced it. But this is how it moves. It's debris. It's not water, right? It's very hard. When it hits, it really hits you very, very hard. And that's what we understand. And when it hits, it spreads and it has no dimension. It doesn't go by roots. It just spreads away. And we are proud to say that in this particular village, we could save 100% lives, right? What we claim is we will save lives, but we cannot guarantee your property, right? That will anyway go. But we will try to see how well we can save lives. And as Sir said, if I want to make this to work, and if I want to claim that yes, I can save lives, right? So it needs to be a cohesive environment of integrating all different kinds of sensors. So this is a small architecture of how it works. So on the top of the mountain, if you see, that's where we have placed our radars, right? My earlier speaker in the earlier session talked about LiDARs. Though we already have LiDARs, but I'm showing you something about radars also. We use radars to make sure that there is a movement. And you can also optionally opt for CCTV cameras, right? Which is giving you the alerting system. And then as the debris is going to flow to a certain areas, before it comes to the village, that's where we start figuring out alarms. Alarms could be just not routers. It is also alarms to the citizens within the vicinity. Okay? Please notice, I'm talking about geolocation-based SMS. I don't want to send trigger to everybody, right? Now the most important part, and that's where I want to help how the NDRF is going to use, right? I have all these kinds of alerting systems, but how would actually NDRF have to work on the ground? They need to have maps. They need to know where the locations are, where the debris is actually, where do I have to evacuate? All of these comes into an integrated operations center. That is the next level of what the Honorable Chair did not speak about. That's where I'm going to touch it in the other sections. Uttarakhand, I don't want to speak about it. You all know that it is very highly terraneous. Digital elevation model plays a very crucial role. LiDAR-based, drone-based, highly digital elevation models are available. But once the digital elevation model is available, okay, that's where we want to use this technology to use it for simulations, right? So I take the digital elevation model and then I flush the water into it, okay, using water dynamics. The moment the fluid dynamics comes into place, along with the slush, it shows that, okay, if there is a dam, a check dam, or it could be an hydroelectrical dam, how much can it hold? The pressure that it can hold. So these are some of the models that I've tried to bring it to a bigger scale, and I show you that it mounts up the pressure on the dam, and that mounting is measured. The moment the measure goes beyond a threshold, we know that now the dam is going to break. And that's where I have to start alerting. Now, how does the simulation actually play a crucial role in this particular industry? Right? This will let me know how much time do I have to evacuate people. Right? So that's where I can send my alert either to NDRF or to Army or to police or to the other departments who have to actually take up. So at a particular pressure, of course, it breaks, and then we also do simulations in terms of how much water it is going to ingress and how much it is going to egress. Now, other technology, radar-based satellites, we have not used much, but radar-based satellites are now helping us, even in Brahmaputra, to see how much is the flooding that is happening. Because the advantage is it can see through the cloud cover also, right? And then we can identify the red dots are the village areas. So where do I evacuate and where are my alerting spots? And this also shows me where are my high-lying areas. So I don't have to evacuate people from one whole village to some other place, but I just have to take them to the nearby high-lying areas. Right? Another technology of radar using interferometry. This is monitoring subsidence from space. It's like CCTV camera from space, looking at your subsidence. I hope all of you understand subsidence. Thanks to Joshimer that everybody understands now that there is sinking of soil that is happening. Right? Now, this is monitored on a real time, and it also, because there have been radar satellites for years now, so we have the historical data also. It shows you how much movement that has actually gone down. All these data help us to make sure that we are providing an alerting system to the officers on the ground or the first responders. Then the monitoring systems, what we manufacture, they are for the structural monitorings, where like for example dams, where electronic total stations, you would have heard about them. They've been used traditionally for the survey purposes. These all instruments are now being brought into to make sure all the disasters are taken care of. Right? So these are different instruments that we have brought together to make sure that we are helping. So I'm giving you an example of this is a radar sensor which we have mounted, which can be mounted along a rail where you can see a 2 kilometer span and a 2 kilometers distance, and that will help to make sure that any instability is there, and it's all millimeter levels. So these are a few slides which I'm skipping them so that we'll just take it and we can always talk that how these sensors can be taken. Now, people like for structural, for buildings, instabilities, you don't require to have such a big, huge instrument. You can just hand carry them, and that can be carried in like a suitcase. Right? So these instruments we have made it shorter. And as an example, though it is small, but it does a great job. So this is in the famous landslide in Italy. That's where we have identified. And this instrument saved 56 lives. Okay, 34 lost, but 56 lives is what we have saved through these instruments. Okay, and I'll skip these to make sure that I move to the next. Rockfall is another very important phenomenon in landslides or in any kind of, it could be hydro precipitation or anything, based on which I can identify that, okay, this is where there could be an event. And that's where, as Sir said, I don't have to probably do a lot of stuff. I just have to switch off the signal light to red so that the vehicle's movements can be stopped. That is precisely what we have done in Switzerland, where we have placed these sensors, and these are actually making sure that any movement that is happening across is making sure. All of this has to be integrated into command and control. And that's where we are coming into action now. Right? And this is what we expertise in. We are saving people because of this command and control, evacuating using geospatial industry, making sure that if at all a particular event happens, where are the high-lying areas, where are my support, to an extent that if there is a disruption of electricity, if the department electrician is not known, but I know that there is an electrician very nearby, I could contact him and I could get information. And these can be integrated into mobile platforms, into dashboards, into PDA-based devices which can be worn by a officer on the field, and he can visualize. And integrating it with multiple subsystems is another USP of ours. And there is another important aspect. Somebody in the earlier speakers talked about the crowdsourcing. The crowd also wants to contribute to what is happening, right? So that's very important, and that's another segment that we have taken through. So overall, whether it is geotechnical, satellite-based, geodetic sensors, or structural monitoring sensors, all of that integrates and to provide an early dissemination system, which can be, again, as I said, focused towards a specific region. And how you place the geotechnical sensors are different. One could be submerged, there could be radar-based above the ground, and you could see. Most importantly, two factors when we try to help Uttarakhand during these disasters. Two important aspects. One is the power. Okay, so solar power, wind power, they're all good to a certain extent, right? What happens? Have you ever thought about what happens for our soldiers right at this Yachi? You don't have power there, but still we need power. They use what is called as chemical cells. Okay, they use chemical cells like batteries, which will provide. It's not like charging through our normal batteries. We have proposed direct methanol fuel cells, which will produce power by chemical reactions, and that can be used. And we have evaluated with the EV team, electrical vehicles, to see that the maximum power is used. That is another section that is very crucial, and that's what we have recommended. The most important factor where we have been getting in touch with all the best communication guys provided in the world. We tried point-to-point, we tried multi-point, we tried LoRa's, we tried all kinds of systems. Uttarakhand is a terrain where communication is to be first established. That is the first. If you ask me, what are the problems for the state government to sort out? The first problem is this. It's very difficult. SATCOMs cannot provide. Himalaya is something which is unique in the world, right? And there is no such kind of technology, because we tried even providing point-to-point. We wanted to go around the Himalaya, all kinds of stuff. This way, that way, all kinds of stuff. So this is one thing that is the top on the list, and that's where most of the solutions actually stop. And this is a very honest feedback, because when I came and I saw the Tapovan, my heart fell from the place it was. So it's very difficult. And until the communication is established, we do have like something where we can have technologies are there where you can just put a quick setup of a communication device. That's for a short range. We are talking about kilometers of distance, right? So that's one problem that I want to talk about before I say thank you and goodbye. Thanks for patient listening, and if you have any questions, I will take it up probably after this.
Now may I request Madam, this is James, talking about alternate rainfall monitoring sensors.
Good evening all. Today I am going to present a solution of alternative rainfall monitoring sensors using satellite dish terminals and rain attenuation methodology in areas with less access to power and the internet. This is a HD-Rain solution. HD-Rain is a company. They are one of our partners. So the alternative rainfall monitoring sensors, these sensors measure rainfall through its influence on waves coming from satellite, coming from the TV signals. These sensors network coupled with the dedicated algorithms, and they measure and predict the rainfall up to 2 hours advance, and providing nowcast on the covered area. Okay, the working principle. The working principle of this system or of the sensors are the sensors which are connected to the TV antennas, and the sensor providing or transmit data from the bottom to the top of the atmosphere precisely. That way, the sensor measuring rainfall in 3D on a standard base, on a standard line of about 5 kilometers. And this is here you can see the X-ray box. This is the sensor. So this sensor, this main sensor connects to the satellite dishes and analyzes the disturbances of TV signals caused by the atmosphere. And here also you can see the accuracy is 500 meters and providing minute by minute data also. So the geographic, the sensors, we are installing sensors. So the geographical coverage is based on the number of sensors that we are installing in an area. And the other thing is we should install one sensor. We should install one sensor every 10 to 50 kilometers for better accuracy and resolution. And this device also providing rainfall intensity, rainfall accumulation, sunlight, temperature, pressure, and humidity data. And this is a simple early warning system. Okay, and this system consists of sensor, TV antenna, and solar panel. So the sensor is equipped with 2G and 4G multi-operator SIM card. As the global multi-operator SIM card, and this and TV antenna and solar panel. So we have the system consists of solar panel. So the system is self-sufficient in energy, and we can also send data to our servers for 15 days without sun. And X-ray system do not generate additional waves. We only rely on the waves that's already presented in the atmosphere to generate our data. And this is some of the maps: the rain intensity maps, rain accumulation maps, and temperature humidity maps. So we can see the real-time forecast, and other statistics also. this technology is a patented technology. So these are the 3 patented information that the company have, or the sensor, this technology have. And this is also working as a gap between weather stations and radar. Because in some regions we are not, we can't install weather stations or radar. So in those regions, especially if I say mountain regions, if we install these sensors, then it will become a very good gap fill for that location. Okay, if we consider Uttarakhand, many regions are mountainous regions, so in those areas we are not able to install weather stations or radar. So if we install these sensors, we can get better access to the weather information. So it will become a very good gap fill for the location or for us. And these are some of the sample installation kits. Here you can see the sensors are installed in mountain regions, and we can also easily install these sensors in rooftops also. And the other thing is, the HDRAIN has already done some comparative study with the Meteor France to validate their technology. So here you can see the HDRAIN sensors installed sensors in south of France where measuring instruments like rain gauges already available. And these are and I'll show the result. So these are some maps that shown where the sensors installed. So this is the map. So here you can see the blue one is the HDRAIN data and red one is the Meteor France rain gauge data. So here we can observe a very good correlation between both the instruments. So this is the study. And here also you can see this is the figure of this figure or this map is rainfall maps measured by the Meteor France radar. It's the radar map, HDRAIN sensor map. So here also you can see that during this map is here you can see that during the time of heavy rainfall and if there is a light rainfall. So here also the maps are correlated. So this is the other comparative study. And these are and next is some of the use cases in France is security. So these are some of the clients in the France. So their problem was lack of micrometeorological information. So the HDRAIN installed sensors there and providing poor focus and nowcast. So now they are improving their response for flooding events. The other one is civil security in Abidjan. There also they were lacking the quality and reliable weather data. So there they installed the HDRAIN installed 140 sensors, and now they are into our forecast and we are also providing warnings through SMS, emails, and all. So there also they could improve their forecast and they can easily provide localized early warnings also. The other one is water management in Georgia. So there also they were lacking the prediction of runoff floods in the region. So HDRAIN again installed 31 sensors and the same to a forecast, nowcast and providing early warnings. So now they are access to the rain marks. So now the forecast or the early warning, they can improve their early warning services. So these are all about my presentation. So I believe this will be a very good solution for Uttarakhand where we are not able to, where we don't have less access to power and mobile network. Okay, thank you. One more thing, I would like to invite my friend Mr. Kumar Magasahayam to answer if there is any question. Thank you.
So I thank all the speakers for taking their time and educating us about this important issue on hazards, how we'll be able to mitigate them by designing some sort of early warning system, etc. So we'll take up some of the important questions, and before that, I'd like to just summarize what exactly happened into this session. That in the first presentation, I covered some of the important issues related to climate change-induced hazards towards the flash floods, towards the avalanche, towards the landslides, as well as some of the mitigation measures towards the earthquake. And in all cases, we have seen artificial intelligence play a very important role into that directions. Into the second talk, Vijay Babu has very lucidly presented some of the simulation and modeling, and he has described some of the sensors that are needed for the monitoring, warning, and alerting based on both space-based stations as well as land-based stations. And he has mentioned that if we can integrate the data sets, definitely will be achieve the goals or target what we are setting today. He has also mentioned about the cloud sourcing, communication instruments, power problem, how we'll be able to handle with that. So with this, we have just summarized. Now take up a few questions to the speakers. You can mention your name. You can also tell the question addressed to whom, and then accordingly we'll respond. Yeah, I see one hand at the last row.
मेरा नाम कुंदन सिंह टोलिया है। आई एम द स्टेट चेयरमैन ऑफ इंडियन रेड क्रॉस सोसाइटी स्टेट। आपने एक बात कही जो सब्जेक्ट इसमें था, लैंडस्लाइड माउंटेन।
Who is asking the question? You are asking? Oh, you are asking. Sorry.
तो आपने जो बताया कि खोचला पे, हटकोला खोचला पे थोड़ागढ़ में आपदा आई, यह आपदा कैसे आई? पहले आप जरा इसको मैं डिक्लेरेशन कर रहा हूँ। मैंने आपदा कहीं आई है जिला पे थोड़ागढ़ में, ओनली यू इंडिकेशन तो ओनली खोचला। ये तो टांगा में आई, जोसा में आई, तल्लापुरी में आई, तो मैंने आप पर्टिकुलर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि भाई 13 डिस्ट्रिक्ट उत्तराखंड, ये बातें एक ही हो रही है कि गंगा रिवर की बात हो रही है। देयर आर सम मेनी रिवर्स, गोरी गंगा, काली गंगा, राम गंगा, उनके भी ग्लेशियर्स। तो मैं इतना जानना, मैं सुन रहा हूँ काफी देर से आप लोगों को, लेकिन आप बताइए, आपने ग्लेशियर की बात कही, ग्लेशियर एवलांच, एवलांच कब आता है? एवलांच के लिए क्या आप अलार्मिंग देंगे? उसके लिए कोई इसका मेथड, कोई मशीन बनी है? अगर बताइए आप। हाँ ठीक है, मैं रुक जाऊँ।
या आपका क्वेश्चन खत्म हो गया?
हाँ खत्म हो गया। खत्म तो नहीं हुआ अभी, बहरहाल अभी इस तरह खत्म हुआ, अभी पूरा खत्म नहीं हुआ।
ओके। देखिए सर, इसमें मैंने राइटली पॉइंट आउट किए थे, अभी तक जो ग्लेशियर एवलांच हुआ है उसको हम लोग मॉनिटर करते थे, ग्लेशियोलॉजी मॉनिटर करते थे बेस्ड ऑन हाइड्रोलॉजिकल डेटा बाय सेटिंग सम सॉर्ट ऑफ ऑटोमेटिक वाटर लेवल रिकॉर्डर एंड ऑटोमेटिक वेदर स्टेशन बाय मीटरोलॉजिकल डेटा। बट अभी रिसेंटली जो एवलांच आया था 2021 में, पोस्टमार्टम किए। आई एम एग्रीइंग टू दैट वी हैव नॉट प्रेडिक्टेड, बट पोस्टमार्टम करके हम दिखाया दैट एवलांच होने के पहले 3 घंटा उसमें लॉट ऑफ क्रीविंग इवेंट्स एंड दैट हैज बीन रिकॉर्डेड इनटू द सेसोमीटर। तो ये जो एक्सपीरियंस हम लोग गेन किए हैं, जो ऑलरेडी हो गया था पोस्टमार्टम करके, एंड इट गिव्स अस सम सॉर्ट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन टू प्रिपेयर आवरसेल्फ फॉर द नेक्स्ट मॉनिटरिंग इनटू द नियरबाई रीजन वेयर देयर आर लॉट ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर्स एंड लॉट ऑफ populations. You say you have told very correctly, there are so many rivers, there are so many glaciers, so many snowfields. We cannot monitor each and every one, and we need not. Wherever there is a heavy population, some sort of structures, it matters into the downstream, we need to monitor them. And we have very rightly pointed out in one of the slides that how that precursory events we have identified before the main event took place. So this precursory event is the main event we have to look into by establishing some sort of seismological stations. So that's what we are going ahead. So we are learning from the past, whatever exactly happened, we are executing in the present, and then trying to envisage what we are going to have into the future. So this is, anywhere it is a working principle. We are still working on that. there is no such foolproof methodology or technique at this moment to predict the avalanche. But we have given the lead how we will be able to do that. That's what we have shown into one of the slides.
आपने तो मुझे अपने जो ट्रैक से जरा हटा दिया है। हाँ, ये बात कहेगी कोचिला पे जो है कई ग्लेशियर के फटने से नहीं आया है।
नहीं
वो आया आपका नेपाल से जो है, नेपाल से जो आया तो उससे जो है काली गंगा को चौक किया।
सर
कोचिला को क्या? नहीं मैं बता रहा हूँ।
हेवी रेनफॉल से हुआ है।
देखिए हेवी रेनफॉल तो अपर हिमालयाज में नहीं होता, रेनफॉल मिडिल हिमालयाज में होता है। ये अलग अलग है। You divided in Himalayas in 3 parts. One is upper Himalayas, second is the middle Himalayas, third is the lower Himalayas.
Yeah.
But I am talking about the glaciers, about the high upper Himalayas.
What I told you, sir, that is about the Dhaliganga, Rishiganga, that glaciers, that avalanche.
Only the you know the only this Ganga. These are the many कहा ना मैंने और भी गंगाएं हैं, उनके ऊपर भी कुछ रिसर्च हुआ है आपका?
नहीं, हम लोग उतना मैंने आपको सर बताया है।
हाँ जानना चाहिए ना। तो देखिए ये और में जो लोग बैठे हैं तो और सर जितो अच्छी बुद्धि लेके हम बैठे हैं लोग, तो उनको भी आप क्लियरिफाई करिए। आप जितनी बातें बता दिए उसमें हम कैसे कर देंगे? ये
सर इतना सारी ग्लेशियर्स को
नहीं बता रहा हूँ साहब, ऐसी बात नहीं है। अच्छा बात ऐसा है कि भाई जो है जो टू द पॉइंट तो बात होना ही चाहिए ना।
सर हमारे पास इतना ग्लेशियर्स है, एग्जाम्पल दिया है। आपको पूरा ग्लेशियर्स को उस तरह से मॉनिटर नहीं कर सकते हैं। जो ग्लेशियर्स में डाउनस्ट्रीम में बहुत सारी स्ट्रक्चर्स है, पॉपुलेशन है, उसी को हम लोगों को ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। वही कहा है। क्या बताना
चाहिए? आपने प्रिडिक्शन की बात जो कही कि आपने अवलांच का प्रिकर्सर पहले मतलब पोस्टमार्टम में आपको पता चल गया कि प्रिकर्सर था। द थिंग वाज कि जो धौलीगंगा में 7 फरवरी को हुआ वो बाढ़ की वजह से हुआ, न कि एवलांच की वजह से। तो कैसे पता चलेगा कि किस एवलांच में बाढ़ आएगी, किस एवलांच में बाढ़ नहीं आएगी? हाउ मेनी फॉल्स अलार्म्स वुड बी देयर? हैव यू सम एस्टिमेट ऑफ दैट?
You are correct. There is no, because वो स्टडी से फिर आपको कितना बड़ा एवलांच आएगा और उसको फ्लैश फ्लड में लीड करेगा कि नहीं करेगा, उसके लिए फर्दर स्टडी का जरूरत पड़ेगा। ये एक सिंपल स्टडी से नहीं होगा। तो वो फॉल्स अलार्म भी कभी कभी होता है, ऐसे नहीं है, क्योंकि आपके पास पूरा सारी डेटा भी नहीं है। हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड में डेटा इतना लिमिटेड है, उसी डेटा को मॉडलिंग करके आपको कुछ प्रेडिक्शन करना मुश्किल होता है। जब ये प्रेडिक्शन का बात करते हैं, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का, मशीन लर्निंग का यूज करते हैं, जब तक आपके पास गुड अमाउंट ऑफ डेटा नहीं रहता है, आप उसका प्रेडिक्शन उतना सही नहीं होता। वो हमारे पास कांस्टेंट है हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड डेटा का।
False alarm, if you cannot filter out, probably this will just like a tossing of the coin, because false alarm can create a lot of confusion. This is one thing. Maybe if it is getting addressed, maybe that can be thought. And one question to him. He mentioned about the satellite radar observations. So do we have this type of observations in India, and or these are hired satellites that you are using it? What is the source?
No, it is not like India specific, it is global, right? The data is available for the whole of the world, right? It's not that, whether India it is available, it is there for the global. You have, Sentinel-2?
Yeah.
So it is global, right? You get the data. That's what
this high resolution data is not available in the public domain.
No, Sentinel-2 is available. It's free.
No, the data which you showed is Sentinel?
Yes, it is not just only Sentinel. It has mix of all.
Okay.
It's just not only Sentinel.
So what other data you are using?
We are using all kinds of radars, right? So because Sentinel, you know that every time it comes in 11-day cycle. Yeah. So you don't get...
whenever the passage passes.
Yes. So in between we use other satellites also. Cosmos and everything. So what we do is, we take, it's like a subscription base. So you don't have to buy the satellite image, you don't have to buy anything. We'll use the cloud infrastructure and everything. All that what you will get is the screen what you have seen. This is my area of interest. You specify this is my area of interest. And that is what will be given to you as a screen. And where you will be seeing where the subsidence is happening, you will be able to see.
There you have some historic data?
Yeah.
So you have done some Hindcast studies on that?
Yes, there is. I mean, some of the examples which I showed you.
Hindcast.
Sorry.
Hindcast. Going back to the.
Yes, the 1 year back.
To the event and then
Yes, 1 year back and seeing all of that. All of that data is available. Then you can see.
No, when you develop the model to know that whether the model is working perfectly.
I am not developing a model for predictive analysis.
No.
I am showing.
This is what the question too. You are observer, probably the developers. So when you develop a model, you need to know whether it is functioning okay or not.
Right.
So what you do, you run it in a simulated mode on the earlier data that is available. And then you know that whether it is a false alarm or it's a real-time scenario, what is the performance. So whether this type of studies are there or you are doing that, this is what I want to know.
Yes, sir. That you see, whatever data sets we have in different parts of the Himalaya, each region has a specific or unique geological setup, tectonic setup, and the model or experience, whatever you are gaining, that may not be applicable here. So we don't have that type of entire stretch of Himalayan arc data based on which we will be able to say what exactly you are looking for. So we have to wait some more time and look into all these data sets. So this is a constant. But if it happens into the same basin, same catchment, you will be having some sort of control to predict and to forward into that basin or region, but not elsewhere.
So just to add to a point what you said, the false alarms. For any alarming system, alerting system, you will get false alarms. That is for sure, right? How do you filter it as a false alarm system is based on the predictive model of the historical data what you have, right? Like for example, what we are doing in not for disaster, but what we don't want to get into the disaster predictive analysis. But what we do is kind of a different disasters, like for say when we are doing big dozers on the mining industry, right? If a brake fails, it's crores of rupees that goes off, right? So what we do is we provide sensors to the dozer, and we are identifying the sound of the belt, what sound it makes if there is a change in that. So based on that, we create a predictive model, and if this is the kind of thing that is going to happen. And so that's how we reach to it. It's similar to what we do is when we start our car, we hear some different sound, we feel that kuch to gadbad, right? If you are experienced, you will get to know, अच्छा ये तो fan belt का problem है, ये तो radiator का problem है, कुछ तो है, right? So that is what we are trying to inbuilt in it. And as the more historical data it is, the better will be your false alarm, right? Like for example, I'll give you what we're doing in the police sector in the UP, dial 1, dial 100. You go to UP state, anywhere in the state, you will find that you dial 100, the police will come to you in 15 minutes. That's because we have provided the solution. There, per day we get 2 lakh calls. Do we have 2 lakh stress people there? No, there are false alarms. We have to filter them, right? How do you filter it? And it is, as Sir said, different models, different times, different things. And it is nothing that, so far I have not seen any predictive model which is perfect. Right? I would like to see Mr. Perfect one day, but it's difficult.
I'm Colonel Sanjay Srivastava I'm chairman of the Climate Observing Council. I will again focus on to the Dhauliganga Ganga. Mr. Babu, the question is to you. You showed us a flash flow, flat model. We are working in that sector. We are coming.
of the system in Indian Himalayas? Because here is a totally different.
We have done some monitoring systems
kind of things. One of my most important question regarding this SD rain is that you have used these kind of the system in the European part, right? The different kind of you can make the systems so that you can also calibrate, or you can your models can be also calibrated accordingly. So now if you are putting your solution in some of the remote Himalayas, suppose, so how accurately it will be give these kind of the predictions and the early warning, and how the data from the IMD, because we have the mandate, the IMD is the only the one this mandated for this kind of the alerts and everything. So how you ingest the data from the IMD and then you make the model so that we can give the some type of instruction.
In terms of answering this particular question, so basically, I mean, from a modeling perspective, we already have the models which are already in place, right? Now, probably what needs to be done is the model needs to be sort of fine-tuned to the Indian conditions, right? And that's something which our meteorologists will do. And then we can also do a comparison with actual rainfall data, where the IMD census, and also the border predictions from IMD as well. Or in the morning session, we had NCN, WRF, so their models may be better, right? So that's something that can be done. And yes, this solution should work, because even if you have a 2G connection, and if you don't have power, which is fine, the sensors will still work and communicate.
In fact, we are doing a research on similar project at BSNL tower and all the non-cellular operated towers are there. So their signals also get
attenuated. So from the rain attenuation are the communication powers. So that is also one of the in the research phase, and we plan to integrate that with our India Met department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, one question. Okay, sir, whenever the disaster comes, normally two things taken into account. One is the communication, second is the power. So one is the communication and second is the power backup of that sensing station. तो अगर ये दोनों चीजें नहीं होंगे तो डिसिमिनेशन नहीं होगा और लीड टाइम से हम नहीं बचा पाएंगे. तो पावर बैकअप में नॉर्मली क्या है, वी यूज अ सोलर बैकअप. नाउ मिथेनॉल कम इनटू पिक्चर, मिथेनॉल सेल्स आर देयर. So how you are integrating this methanol cell with the solar backup so that हमें solar ना हो, we'll get the backup, power backup.
Okay. Whether it is, see, you have to take method. Though it is called methanol fuel cell, but it is like you consider this like technically, when you're not going into technical jargon, consider that as a generator. Okay. The batteries are different. So this methanol fuel cell will charge the batteries and will then make it available. So when you are putting your solar power, just like what you are having off-grid and on-grid, if the solar is not able to charge, then you have a switchover, not manual, automatic switchover, we call it as DFC, which will convert and start taking the power from there. Okay? So this, though it is called fuel cell, but consider it as a generator. Generator में क्या है कि, I'm sorry, I'm using Hindi, right? Generator में क्या है, you have lot of moving parts, right? Which needs oil, which needs maintenance. इसमें कोई moving parts नहीं है, right? It is just taking the methanol, doing the chemical reaction, थोड़ा सा water vapor आएगा, heat generate होगा, heat से your equipment will be, when it is enclosed, उससे heat up होगा. Then water vapor थोड़ा सा आएगा, that will be gone off. There is no other byproduct out of it. So what will this do is, this will internally charge the batteries. Then the battery will keep it ready.
What is the backup you consider normally?
Sorry?
What is the backup time you consider for these?
कितना जैसे पेट्रोल है, कितना पेट्रोल होगा?
That depends upon the requirement.
Right. So the I had no clue. When the ministry asked me, how can you send this data? मैंने वो सारे तीर तोड़ दिए, मतलब SATCOMs, ये वो कुछ नहीं. This is 2 years back. But
I have a question, sir.
Yes, please.
To Mr. Babu only. Myself, Anil, second in command from 5th Battalion of NDRF. It's very nice to know because you have given very nice solution like early disaster warning system through radar-based monitoring. As we have seen, like in Uttarakhand, GLOF have been a very dominating phenomenon, and I think in the times to come also, GLOF may lead to flash floods and disasters. So how effective do you think that radar-based monitoring system will be, how effective it will be to study the glaciated lakes, basically what changes are taking place in those glaciated lakes, and how effectively you will be to tell us basically, as you quoted one example of France where you have done evaluation in a very, short at the 11th hour in a very short time also, and you could save lives. So how effective your system will be, especially from glaciated lakes point of view in Himalayas?
Yes, exactly. I had some slides on the glacier lakes, but I could put it here because given the time. There we won't be using satellite-based radars. We have to use ground-based systems.
Sorry to say, basically I'm an ITBP officer. I had seen Himalayas, lake up to the height of 18 and 19,000 feet.
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure. I don't know. You can really put radars.
Yes.
You think your radars, you'll be in a position to put physically radars there on those heights.
So we have a team who are geologists as well as who have trekked in the Himalayan mountains. All instruments are tested here. If we do testing here, then anywhere in the world it will work. We know
that's true. That's true. I mean, if it is something is successful here, that can succeed anywhere.
We need that, and so we are pretty much. We actually wanted to do it. We actually proposed to Leh also, Leh government. That you must have been in Leh. Have you been to Leh?
I had been.
Yeah. So it's less of oxygen, less of every damn thing. So there also we propose that yes, our instruments. So we are trying to get permission so that we can do our testing there also. So
I think it will be really good. I mean, if you can really study glaciated lakes, because it is a phenomenon which is going to have a very dominant effect in the times to come also. What I feel as a first responder.
Okay, that's a really good input because I've heard only from you. In India, we are thinking about glacier lakes. Nobody has talked about it.
No, there are many experts here who might be knowing better than me, but I feel that it is going to dominate in the times to come. Thank you.
I think there is no such question. I forgot about telling something on Madam. She showed their development of an alternate rainfall monitoring sensors, its working principle, as well as she showed that using the satellite, this antenna, it can work. She also showed validation and patented that and demonstrated with some case studies. So if there is no such question, or we can just conclude over here. And thank you very much for your nice interaction. It was more than listening to talks. If we have the discussion, because many things should be very clear if we want to have one-to-one discussion, as well as understanding some of the pertinent questions today very often we face. And whatever we do, whatever we are telling, as Mr. Babu also has pointed out, that we are not giving any perfect solution, we are not giving complete mitigation measure. But if we do not have all this study, even many are into research domain, many are into the developmental stage, it is not fully operational. But if we do not have that, then in future we will not be able to make anything. So we have to wait, we have to encourage many researchers, many scientists, come out with some sort of solution, and we all hope that in course of time we will be able to have some sort of system by which we will be able to enable the prediction of some sort of disasters, and that will really help us to provide some sort of mitigation towards the loss of property structures, lives, etc. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you all the speakers of the session. Your session was really full of passion and priceless knowledge. Now, I would like to request Mohammed Obidullah Ansari, JCO, USDMA, to present movement to respected chairperson of the session, Dr. Kalachand Sen sir. Now, I would like to request to Mr. Rakesh Mohan Khakriyal, Senior Administrative Officer, USDMA, to present movement to respected co-chairperson of the session, Mr. Vinay Babu. Now, I will request to Dr. Vishen Joshi, Senior DRM Expert, USDMA, please present a movement to Ms. Anuja James. Once again, thank you to all the participants, audience, and the speakers of the session. Now, tomorrow our third technical session will start from 10 o'clock in the morning, and it is on the communication and early warning system.
Request all that tomorrow is the only one session in this main hall, so everybody should sit it before 10. So tomorrow, most probably Chief Secretary sir will be here in the early of the session. So I request that, because tomorrow's session is very important, is the communication and the dissemination of the news early mornings. So thank you very much.